walking right into his line of fire. Strikes midnight.
Lots of people around the world right now are just very emotional because there's just
Welcome back, everyone. Of course, it's been a long time since you have seen all of us come together for a tournament, but here we are in the Rise Star and Gyan Gaming Cup, which is going to take place today or tonight because it's going to be a long night ahead of us. We have 4 BO3s lined up for all of you here, and with that, we have the biggest prize pool awaiting for us as well. Joining here on the caster desk tonight is going to be Sasuke alongside me, which is Fredo, which is the voice speaking right now. Unfortunately, I'm not moving enough, but Sasuke, you can, of course, break things here for the viewers who are watching it.
This is one of the most hyped tournament which everyone was, or one of us were waiting for it. Like 1024 teams, and we are on to the top 16. And this just feel like we are closer to the end, but we are yet to begin with, because right now into the top 16 there is going to be a massive havoc between the team just to fight for that massive prize pool you just mentioned. I'm really excited to witness who would be the ultimate champion standing above all the contenders.
Definitely, man. The prize pool is one of the biggest ever, right? It's 1.5 million, which is 15 lakhs. Actually 15 lakhs for as an entire prize pool, but the winner is going to get 10 lakhs out of it. So that's one of the huge, I would say, the first prize ever that we've witnessed. Along with that, the winners of the tracks themselves are going to be awarded with 2.5 lakh rupees. So just winning in your own bracket means you're already ensuring that you have that 2.5 lakh secured. And then when the event goes to the grand finals at the LAN event, that is when we'll find out who will be grabbing that 10 lakh prize pool. But with that, where we are, we're already almost okay. That was just a glitch, I guess. Okay, but man, we are so ready to head into the draft right now, because I can't really expect, what we'll be seeing right now in this draft section, because the meta has just evolved so much more than what we had in the previous patches. There have been a lot of situations where we've seen double fighters, but at the same time, some marksmen like the carries and the claws have been popping off as well in the goal lane. So it'll be really interesting to see what they are going to approach here tonight. Okay, I don't know, they are going in for a Yuzong and a Kadita, it seems. And I'm not really sure why Kadita needs to be prioritized here, but do you have any idea about that?
One thing is for sure, when you have the first pick, you have the leverage to, just pan out the potential threat, which would be a great viable where the enemy team could pick up. So in this scenario, yeah, Kadita is a threat if it's the bush map where there's a lot of bush, and you can just surprise with the Kadita, hey, I'm here, and the burst potential from the Kadita is really humongous. From the second pick, there is a potential Zushin ban. Like, come on, it is a fixed ban for most of the team unless and until they find out a potential threat. Like, hey, we can leave the Zushin open just because this particular hero is much more of a major threat than a Zushin. And like 99% of the chance, the team, whoever it is in the second pick, they are bound to go for the Zushin pick just because of the potential zoning and the crowd control shield. Use it, but with that, there is a Grok alongside of Red Rain, so there is a chance for teams to pick out the Kalya. But I don't know that they are going with the Freya first pick, despite all the classic picks there is. For the Megumi, there is still a chance for YSS alongside Kalya. These two picks, it dwells right and it goes matching. Like, you get the Kalya, you get the Sunshine, you get the pickup and melting potential, but instead they'll be locking out with the Leo mode alongside the Kalya.
Yeah, Leomord's still a pretty good jungler in this meta right now. I've seen a lot of Leomords And I feel like Yusenshin is the only jungler, like you mentioned, which actually comes par to par with the Leomord right now. But in terms of the mechanical abilities, I feel like Yusenshin can provide much more better value than a Leomord, because a Leomord usually without his ult, he is not really the kind of guy who can engage, right? And really useless without that Phantom Steed of his. But coming in about the Kalea pick, you're really right about that. It's so useful in this meta right now, especially where you need to, kind of go in for those engages, and you need that hard CC to counter heroes like Freya, especially right now, because that is the meta that is going on. Freya, especially, really hard to counter if you do not have enough crowd control in your side. So the mid laner here from the side of team Megumi definitely needs to, get their hands on a crowd control mage that can shut down this Freya, because if that Freya is able to hit around without any disturbance, then it's going to shred everyone down on their side.
A potential Fasha into the mid lane is a viable option. She has the range and she also has the burst potential. If not, I think Valentina is most considerable option, just because you have the Gatotkacha onto the enemy side, and also that's one of the potential utility they could pick off. But right now they are focusing onto the Esmeralda, a lane or the hero perfectly matched to zone or even melt out Freya into the lane. Possibly a good pick, but it is most of a flex pick for the side of Megumi. That Esmeralda could also be jumping around into the XP lane or gold lane. That is a good. And right now, into the second phase of the draft, they do have the first pick. So if they revolve around something like, hey, if we just ban something out or grab something, or play with the draft or play with the mindset of, I don't know, that they could just win in the draft itself, because Kimi alongside Freya and Gatotkacha, Arunodai is looking strong and not response. Kimi might be looking forward with the Purify on the spell, just because there is a Kalia into the enemy lines.
Yep, and talking about the Kalea and Gatot are one of the most common, I would say, roamers that the Indian roamers really like to use. And Kimi, being one of the guys who always likes to pick up one of these heroes, he has his hands on one of his favorite heroes right now, which is the Gatot Kacha. And he is definitely a Gatot Kacha signature pick right now. Talking about the second phase coming in, there are two EXP bans, you can say, because the Uranus getting banned out along with this Bakshia as well. Okay, which could be actually a roamer, but the thing is, the enemy already has this Gatot. So I'm probably thinking this this Bakshia being banned out here because they do not want the Bakshia to trouble the Leomord in the jungle. But the Yi and Shin is still an option that remains open here for the side of Megumi to pick up. Along with that, taking a look at the Lunox ban as well, they do not want the Gatot Kacha to get shredded. But at the same time, I'm really wondering if this Lunox ban is actually making sense here, because I feel like, I don't know, they could have been the ones who would have liked more to be banning out this the Lunox and carry instead.
Perhaps, banning out carry alongside Lunox means that Megumi would likely to go with more of a tanky or fighter heroes. They do have this Kimi onto the mid lane, so the late game insurance of our melting down the enemy sustained heroes is their deal with. Like, you got a Kimi or you got a YSS into the jungle or the mid lane, you are doing good, just fine. Now CC onto the XP lane and alongside Guinevere onto the jungle, they are fully set to fight it off for the game number one. On response, you got the Sicilian alongside the Claude. Now, I'll be very frank, we got two of the late gamers from the side of Aranodai. Both of them are scaling. So the early game, it mostly relies onto the Leo mode. The first turtle is very convincing how Aranodai will be going to take or deal with, because there's not much of a damage from the mid lane. Sicilian, let's be honest, he needs the item before he do poke or do deal some damage. And Kalea, it's a pick off hero. He cannot zone, or he can perhaps, but you need some leverage or some damage dealing aspect to melt down. But the drafts have been set, Fredo. What are your thoughts about it?
Well, I do feel like here on this side of Team Megumi, the fact that they have this Freya on their side just provides a lot more value in comparison to the side of Arunode, who do have this Leomord and Claude on their side. But the thing is, the Freya does not have any crowd control resistance being provided here. The Esmeralda probably going to have that shield, but in the early game, I think Freya can easily shred through all that HP bars. So yeah, except for this Kalea's ult, I don't really think anything is available on the side of Arunode to try and stop this Freya from the side of Megumi. Pistachio will be having a free time hitting the enemies, and along with that, the rest of the draft seems really good from the side of Megumi. I feel like this draft is favoring Megumi to win even more because they have this CC as well, who will be able to shred down this Esmeralda in the late game. Maybe in the level 4s as well. If she's able to get the level 4 faster, then maybe she might be the one shredding it. So yeah, I feel like Megumi has an advantage in terms of draft, but Arunode being much more, I would say, more famous, I would say, kinda, because like they are really well known. But at the other side, Megumi, they do have two really well known faces, because as you can see, there are just two photos there. It's Duba and Kimi, and both of these guys have played with each other for a long time. So I'm really curious to see if just two players who are well known can actually turn things around here for Megumi, or are Arunode going to keep the things in check here tonight in this match. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, welcome you all to the Rise Star and Gyan Gaming Cup, brought to you by none other than, of course, Vista, powered by Vista Games. And of course, we have Wardroom Games hosting this tournament right here. You can see here early rotations, early pressure already starting into the enemy jungle area. Megumi is trying to take more and more information from the enemy side. They already spotted out the Leomord, and that is going to make things even harder, as they already know that into the goal lane is the Freya. Okay, it seems like the Freya was forced to recall.
Oh, that is some early leverage, like we don't usually see, because into the lane, Megumi do have the upper hand, both in gold as well as the side, but in the mid lane, there is a tremendous fight. But that was a pack jump from Megumi itself, the Guinevere, to save it from the side. But hey, you just saw, like, it was not even a minute, and how aggressive Team Megumi is playing, just because they don't have the early burst or the early damage into the mid lane. That is a major drawback. But again, if it's the late game, or if the game hits the 12 minute, it is going to be absolutely difficult, because each bat impact from the Sicilian will hit hard on each members of Team Megumi.
Definitely, they need to keep the Sicilian in check, and that is exactly what Kimi is going to be, told to do. That is going to be his job. Papi Shrek already coming in with the curtain call, dealing a good amount of damage here. Slash, Phantom Seal already being used. Shrek dragged inside the tower, a lot of damage. Vengeance helps him survive, and he's able to get through, it seems. There comes the falling Star Moon as well. We've already used here. Slash coming in with the knockup. There's a lot of damage, but no, it's not enough to take down Kimi. He will be the one going in instead. And with that, Slash is the first one to fall in this first match.
A massive team fight right before the first objective leads Megumi in slightly upper hand in a 4v5 situation, but two of the members were slightly low, and they will be playing it as a safe card, like, let's regroup, let's regenerate ourselves, and let's go on with the neutral objective, the turtle objective. All the teams looking forward it. That's the jump from the Guinevere.
Migration coming through, catches Yves, and with that, there comes another one from Pistachio. Roku will fall, and Megumi gets the turtle. Duba gets down. Slash. Every single thing going right here, as they would like right now. Megumi definitely creating pressure. Kimi not even bothered by those bat impacts at all. There isn't enough damage in the early game, but here Talo Putum able to get some farm top side. But is that really enough? I don't think so. The trade is definitely going in favor of Megumi right now, as they're already leading by almost a 2k goal lead.
Megumi, considering they have the early game damage, early game burst potential, trying to gain the momentum into their hands, trying to gain the control of the game, so they could grab the first victory of the best of 3 series into their hand. Megumi looking strong right now, looking for more blood into the middle lane. Special migration alongside the faction pulse.
And with that, Slash falling down this time once again. This is the third time Slash has fallen down in the first 4 minutes, and that is not a good sign here. Your rover falling down too many times means you're losing control over the map. And that is exactly what Megumi wants right now. They do not want to give any sort of map control to Arunote here. There is the Blazing Duet being used here just to escape Pistachio falling back at the right time. With that, recall being forced out here from Talo Putum. Pistachio still going in inside the tower. That is a bit of a too much extension, it seems. But he'll be able to get away with the dash. But now here it comes. Lot of damage being done here everywhere on the map here by Megumi and Arunote. I don't really know where are they heading with this, because they do not, seem to be finding any answers, no solutions whatsoever to this aggression that Megumi are showing.
The only optimal answer for this aggression is like let the Sicilian and Claude farm, get those items and just avoid the team fights. But they need to go and fight for the neutral objective again. One member down for another. That is going to be the Kelia. Looking for an initiate, but end up giving his life again. This could be the uncontested second objective for Megumi.
Yes, it is definitely going to be another free turtle here for Megumi to pick up, and they will do it with no hesitation. Arunote, on the other hand, they're really trailing behind, and they do not seem to be finding any openings whatsoever. Megumi just keeping things in check here. Talo Putum does not have the BMI. He could be in trouble here, and there it is. That could be the save that they were looking for. That is the opening that they were looking for. But Pistachio here trying to turn things around, but it's too heavy of a damage that he's dealing right now, so he will be the one falling down as the first body from the side of Megumi. And now Arunote definitely finding hope here, even in this desperate situation where they need more out of this. But let's see if they find something here. Talo Putum could be in trouble. Watch and call already being used. Megumi going in very, very heavily, and that is a kill going into the hands of Megumi, of course, the person after whom the team is named, I guess.
Perhaps the captain, leader himself, is in a perfect form to lead the team for a better future again. Glowing wand getting in the hands of Kimi, and this time again, one more member down onto the top side. Look at the jungle bottom side. Leo mode was not able to, farm itself in the own jungle, and he's having some trouble as he falls down again. Sky Piercer stack again up from Duba. He is having his lifetime enjoyment in this game, but again, the Blazing Duet alongside the BMI, he seems to be in some trouble, but gets out of the arm's way. That is the Spatial Migration jump card. Again, the Freya was the one to secure that kill.
That is exactly what you want. You want your enemy goal laner to be going down as much as possible and give the advantage to your goal laner. And that is exactly what's happening right now. Everything seems to be going wrong. It's just one kill in their hands, 5k goal lead in 7 minutes. And their jungle being invaded as well, which was just going to make things even harder here. The Leomord, the Claude, all these very good in this meta, but being starved of farm. With that Phantom Steed coming in, there comes this Rami Slam as well. Kimi will be in trouble. He won't be able to use AOG on time. A very, very expensive kill. But there comes a 4-man Special Migration from none other than Megumi himself. But a triple kill coming in for Duma instead. And that is a very, very huge kill being taken here. A Maniac could be a Savage, but Pistachio takes that last one away from Duba. But with that, Megumi here, 6.3k goal lead. And the first Maniac of the tournament.
1 by 1. I don't know, their team members are falling like a domino piece, and this could be it, because it is a big goal lead. And just to be honest, if we are not even at Power Spike, where the Claude or the Sicilian, the vampire of the game, could just pull the team, or just, hey, it's my time to shine. It's not even that minute, and they are almost just claustrophobic into their own inhibitors.
Oh, another 2-man Special Migration, but the Purify saves the Claude, but the Esmeralda not lucky enough. She will be the one falling down, and with that, Papi Shrek getting the tower. The shield is still there. There comes the Special Migration, but no, once again, Slash falling down. 2-man being immobilized here with the second skill of the Kimi. But yeah, they still make it through. Pistachio here going in really aggressively, uses the first skill to back off as well. I don't know, they're still trying to find the pieces, right? But they're not finding any at the moment. And Megumi wants to go in once again, it seems. But okay, they'll be satisfied by taking down this inhibitor. And they have taken down this inhibitor with no price. And Eve is the one who falls down next. It's not looking good at all here. For Arunote, they're really, really behind right now. 10k goal lead diff. And I mean, there's no way of a comeback. unless and until the game just keeps dragging longer and longer. And I think they do have enough lane clear to try and just clear off these minions as long as they can. Hold off for the late game, and maybe then this Vampire Mono here on the side of Aruno, they will be able to shine.
You do make a point like, hey, they do have the lane clear potential, but hey, you're missing the point. Like, the aggression coming in from Team Megumi is really impeccable. They were not ready for the fight, and I don't know that they know that. But Megumi, respecting that they won't take a fight, they force them in such a way that they, even if they don't want to take a fight, they end up taking the fight and giving them a huge goal lead again and again every time.
Definitely. They keep taking fights that they're going to lose, and that's the reason why they've been, so behind right now, actually, at 10 minutes. Already in 12k goal lead. And with that, they have to give up this Lord as well, because there's no way they can contest it with this kind of deficit. And okay, first item at 10 minutes here coming in for the EXP laner, which is Eve on the Esmeralda. And that is actually, okay, AOG being used here. Kimi, not the best place to use the AOG, but he will still be able to escape because there is not enough damage on this side of Aronode to try and melt down a Gatot Kacha at the moment. Mid lane, Lord marching in. Not the best lane sync though. Let's see if they can make it.
Oh, it's going to be terrible. You need the Blazing Duet alongside the BMI and the Black Team packs, but the damage won't be enough, and there's a special migration landing onto the go anywhere. It goes down alongside the Blazing Duet, but Astachio says different. He takes down one alongside the Kiwi. He drops down the Esmeralda shields and decimate them. Double kill for Astachio, and with that, it is wiped out alongside the base destruction. Team Megumi claims their first victory.
And that is exactly how you want to start things off in the tournament. Right now we're seeing the MVP of the first match. It is going to be Duba. Out of nowhere, the mid laner, of course, I think pretty deserving as well, because she was not really shining too much, but that one spatial migration that landed from Megumi himself was able to turn things around here for Duba to be setting up as the MVP. And you can see the tower damage that was dealt as well. This Kimi was not just there to, push down, of course, the turrets. She was there to deal the damage as well. As you can see, 37,000 damage on that Kimi. And the Purify always being available. I mean, I don't even realize how many times, the Purify was popped off. Probably not even once.
I think that would be a scenario where, Kalia was able to pin down or was able to do the Tsunami Slam. I think there was once or twice scenario, but he was able to escape just because of the Purify. And also, you will be getting a 1208 KDA with the 4 bodyguards roaming around you, all fighters, all tanky, and none of them on the enemy side to melt them down. And with the spatial migration from the Go Anywhere landed on 2 to 3 people, you get the whole set of crowd control just through the traction pulse, and then go with the poo 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 pew 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 pew, and with the Sky Piercer, it's all into your bag, man.
Exactly, that's exactly why this Kimi here was able to shine, because of course the Guinevere and all the rest of the team members of Team Megumi were the frontliners, and Arunodi on the other hand really struggled in this match. Let's see if the second one is going to be bringing a good news for them or not. For now, they have to settle with this first game defeat, but of course it's a BO3, still not over yet. Second game can bring things, of course, in a much better way. But for now, taking a look at this head-to-head here, it's waiting for Kimi to show up, because I really want to see how the mid laners played against each other. And here it goes, Megumi, way ahead of his competition here. You can see the damage there, you can see all the stats there. Of course, the team fight participation, not really too much, because there were a lot of moments in the game where the side of Team Megumi really went in aggressively all alone, especially this guy called Kimi, because he was there inside the enemy tower getting Tsunami slammed every single time, and he did not care, just stood on their face. He had the Revitalize, he had the AOG, he was always able to get out of the way. On the other hand, of course, a day to forget for the Kalea, I would say. because he really died too many times to be remembered.
You know, the fact that it was a clear and open draft for Team Arunodai, that once that Kalia would go with the Tsunami Slam, pick up uh, one of the members from Team Megumi, and he will, and all the members from Arunodai, they will melt down. But there was a counter pick. Like, even if you kidnap any one of them, there is a counter engage from the from the Kakimi in the form of AOG, and boom, like it's a re-engage counter pick. And even if you just pull out and let's go with the melting down with Gatotkachi, don't have the resources. Like Lord, yeah, the BMI. Even if you use it on all of the like the blazing duet over to the Gatotkacha, it's not a viable option. And if you think of like, hey, the basic damage would deal the damage, but he was not on to the power spike. I think in the whole game he was only having the two items. That was the corrosion sight along with the demon hunter sword. He was not able to make the golden staff. The Trinity was still not there into the 11 minutes of the game. And I still believe that, hey, if there was a Farsha instead of a Sicilian, if not Farsha, a Lilia could be probably given a different result for the Arunodai. That would, it won't be in this particular manner.
Yeah, definitely. They definitely have to switch things up here, turn things up here, and yeah, gotta look into the synergy as well, as the river control was definitely missing out. And if you talk about the way the jungle area was just getting exposed way too much, they were allowing their enemies to come inside their jungle area without having to pay any price, because you do need to punish them if they overextend. But there was not a situation like that either. So yeah, there are a lot of missing pieces here that Arunodai needs to connect, and they can definitely try to make up for it in the second game, because it's going to be their last chance. It's a knockout round. Do not get any more chances. You have to play in this bracket, get ahead, and try to claim that 2.5 lakh prize pool. And of course, everyone's waiting for that, but only a few people will be able to get their hands on it. And of course, there has not been too many LAN events being done in metropolitan cities, right? But yeah, this is probably the first one which is going to be done in Kolkata. So yeah, just definitely going to be something at line here. I don't know, they themselves, being one of the people who have hosted their own tournaments as well, I guess. So yeah, they have their own team now, and yeah, it's going to be really interesting if they actually win this one and put the odds down on paper, because the odds are against them. They have because the enemy has Dubai and Kimi, right? Dubai and Kimi themselves have a really good synergy. So yeah, let's see what happens now. Let's see if they can turn things around here. This time around, they're on the first pick side. They're on the blue side. Can they take the advantage?
That's true, but hey, if they want to go for either Grok or an this Kalia, is there any better chance for them to ban out this Gatotkacha from Kimi? Like, they were having a plan, go, but Gatotkacha was always there to choke it down or punish it. So are we able to see a Gatotkacha ban? I really think like it's up for it. Like, they could go with it, but right now it's a Grok, a standard ban, and Team Megumi, they decide to go with the Freya ban. It's, if we're not taking it, you are neither. And this time I think we might be able to see the marksmen from both the teams onto the goal lane, perhaps.
Could be highly possible. But like you were talking about the Gatot ban, I think if they do want to go for the Kalea pick once again, then banning out the Gatot is justified. At the same time, being on the blue side, it always gives you the option to go for the Zushin first pick, so the enemy could probably be banning out the Zushin as well. But I would go with your suggestion to ban out the Gatot if you are going to go for the Kalia, because Gatot is one of those heroes that always creates problems for you when you are going to go for that pick-off comp. Sora ban coming in, nothing out of the ordinary. It was very, very expected, especially in this meta where this guy is... Of course, there have been so many new heroes that came out recently. There was, of course, Sasuke himself, the Suyo, right? And then there was, of course, the Zetian as well. But all these heroes, they did not really come to the picture that often because they were pretty balanced, I would say. But on the other hand, it definitely seems balanced, but kind of overpowered in my opinion as well. Especially because of the fact that he has this dual form, and the dual form able to, do so much more, give so much more value in those team fights, especially. So that's why I feel like the Sora is definitely a ban-worthy hero right now. And not gonna lie, I think its nerf is coming pretty soon as well.
Well, one way to put it, but there is already a counter pick. If just to enlighten it, the upcoming new hero is the Valentina. Like most people have already used it into the XP lane. I believe that I don't know that they don't want to deal it since it's a do or die situation for them. So they are going with a plain simple draft. Like, hey, let's just draft, which we are very comfortable with, and simple as that. It's no big deal. But looking at the bans, there is a Kadita coming in from Megumi alongside a Fred Rain. So nothing out of the box. The same way they are panning out a carry. So the first pick is going to be a Claude. With the free out, with the carry out of the option, they are going with the safest goal lane pick right onto the hands. But on the side, they do have the Yi Sun Shin open alongside a Kalia if the Megumi want to prioritize them. That is the Yuzhong EXP lane grab opportunity grabbing into their hands. Likewise, I think I know that they do have the opportunity to grab a Lapu Lapu if they want to balance it out, or perhaps an Esmeralda to keep it a stalemate lane.
I feel like Alice is still a very, very, worthy pick as well. Especially the fact that you do not really have a carry available. I feel like Alice is one of those heroes which is able to sustain even against the Lunox Chaos Assault. And the fact that now the side of Megumi has already picked up their mid laner opens up the cards even more. Arunode could definitely go for that Alice pick right now because that is going to turn things around so hardly for them in this draft. But they go for the Esmeralda instead. Still not a bad pick at all. But I feel like the Alice just provides so much more value over the Esmeralda. She's much more tankier without the items. Esmeralda, on the other hand, she does need those core items, at least the Oracle and the Enchanted Talisman. Maybe even the Dominance Eyes as well, because those three items, without those three items, she does not really perform like she's supposed to. On the other hand, Alice, just with her kit itself, without having any of those items, she can sustain even longer. But now, again, Megumi, they have their hands on the Yi Sun Shin. So I'm not really sure what to say, but this draft is not looking good at all. Unless if this Guinevere is actually a roamer, and they go for the Alice in the EXP lane, which is no. I don't think there's a place for the Alice anymore. But man, I would have really loved to see they pick up the Alice here.
If you want to throw it up and forcefully just squeeze it down into the jungle, there's an option for the Alice, but it is not recommended. But and since it's a do or die situation, they won't be able to opt for that option. But I think I really miss out the opportunity that Zushin was open, and I don't know that they prioritize the Claude over it. I do agree, like, hey, Claude, once it's found, once it's kitted with all the Trinity build and alongside the two optional items, it too has the potential to melt down the Zushin and also the previous backliners. But they need some answers. Like Zishan is one of the options which I am considering against a Zushin, a viable source. But there is a Yuzhong which might make the people to rethink, like, hey, there is always a major threat in the form of dragon, which will be always be lurking around our heads for the backliners, and God knows when he will come from which grass.
Exactly. Dragon is always a major threat, especially against mages with low mobility. And Zacian, of course, if it can perform pretty well against the Zushin, but the Dragon is always a big threat now, though, coming into the side of Megumi. Banning out I'm not really understanding why they would ban out the Matilda, and of course, the Hayabusa, kind of understandable, even though it's nerfed. Pretty good counter here for the Yi Sun Shin. But Matilda, not really understanding the point here, but let's see. Anyways, looking forward. Khalid getting picked up here, another one of those favorite heroes for Kimi. And now Arunode has to respond. They have their mid laner and jungle pick, or maybe even the roamer. And yep, here it is. It is going to be a Guinevere roam and Leomord jungle. To finish things off, a Farsa would be pretty decent. I would say the Farsa is pretty decent here.
Farsha is good alongside a Zishin. As you just predicted, Farsha it is for the mid lane for the side of Arunode. I think they learned from the previous game, like Sicilian won't be able to go with it. since it's a scaling hero and we lost miserably, like there needs to be some sort of mid lane pressure, and this time they are
What?
up to it. Wait, what? What? Let's. Is
Wait.
this some kind of a glitch, or are we actually seeing a
Um,
Lancelot? And is this a YSS gold lane?
yeah, I think it is YS's gold lane and a Lancelot in the jungle, and that is really really interesting here. Megumi, are they experimenting? Are they having fun? Are they just hanging around? I'm not really sure about all that, but yeah, what we're going to see is going to be a very very interesting game because it is a YSS in the goal lane versus a Claude. And now, if Aronode do not really take advantage of this screwed up draft, or I would say a very experimental draft on the side of Megumi, and I don't see any chances here for Aronode to move forward and win this match, because this is the moment that they have right now in their hands, and they actually have to give their best. And yep, win it all, I guess, right now, because if not, I don't really think Megumi is going to give them any more chances if it goes on to the third one.
Hmm. A quick one-on-one, Claude against a Yi Sunshine into the lane. You do equip Yi Sunshine with a Master Assassin to provide the burst potential, and he does have like more damage in the lane in the early game. So I think Megumi onto the side lanes, they do have the one-to-one or man-to-man overall advantage into the mid. Also, Farsha might be able to deal more damage and clear lane more fast, but it all depends on Kimi over the Khalid. Like, is he able to bottleneck the mid lane and choke down Farsha from rotating towards the side lane? That is going to be the match to look out for this in this game.
Definitely things to look out for here. And here we are in the land of Dawn. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome you back once again. The Rise Star and Gyan Gaming Cup. This is your caster, Fredo, alongside me, Sasuke. And this is the second game of the BO3 series between Arunode and Megumi. And this is just the first match of the night. We have 3 more matches lined up for us right now. Kimi already providing a lot of vision, opening up the map for his teammates. At the same time here, the most interesting thing, like you said, Sasuke. Okay, jump, special migration coming in. Duba still holding on to the flicker. It's not really spend it yet, but Mono here will be getting it forced out instead. But okay, nothing happens yet. But okay, Megumi here taking away that Litho as well. Look at the way Kimi is just hovering around the map. What is happening here? I don't know. Will you not punish this guy?
He's just having his own time because he knows, like, hey, I'm a big tanky buff, and also with the Sand Guardian, I'll be able to heal myself. Nothing major, just a special migration I need to look out for, and there we go. He just heals up right in front of Guinevere like it's nothing. It's a pocket handy in a cup of Looking at the spells, nothing out of the ordinary, especially if you look at the Yi Sunshine side lane. That is quite interesting emblems he's going with.
Definitely, East Shin in the side lane. It's going to be very, very difficult. Okay, here it comes. The special migration once again. Kimi is not really bothered at all by all of this. But yeah, the turtle is coming up right now. And okay, 1v1. Estachio versus Tato Putum. Estachio going in with the flicker. First blood coming in here for the East and Shin goal lane. And there could be another one falling down here. It will be Eve. And Roku coming here to try and get any, and engage as well. Getting some trades, but no, he does not find any here. Already forcing out the Phantom Seed as well. And that means it should be an easy turtle here for Team Megumi.
Man, they have done it again in this game and again. The Yushong. Look at the zoning potential. He falls down, but there is the neutral objective being secured for a Featherized Strike being used, meaning they will be able to force down the mid lane or perhaps look forward for the enemy blue buff. Nothing out of the ordinary blue. Team Megumi with the dedication, the passion, and the I think I might be able to follow, like, miss out the words, but they seem to be in a total sync. They are looking forward for the red buff, or perhaps they are looking for the blood of a Claude.
Definitely. They don't want to take down any goal laner. Already taken down once in a 1v1. Oh my god, take a look at that Yi Shin. 3 minutes, first item already completed. That's a hunter strike on him. And that means the damage which is going to deal is going to be just way too much for this Claw to handle now. Even those basic attacks are going to hit hard. And yep, that's why right now the Claw already losing out that wave. Oh, goes in for the special migration. That's a flicker on the Zushin. There will be no escape. And it is Talo actually who picks up that kill. So it's going to be a lot of value because that's a goal laner getting the kill right there. And that's why, okay, Stasho coming in. Slash does not really have that S2 on him. Lot of damage. Coming in with that. Elite gets one and he will be going down as well. Kimi here sacrificing his life for that kill. But of course, a roam for roam trade is something that they'll take any day as long as there's some value of it. But okay, Talo Putsum here. He's going to be playing it really, really safe. But how long can he keep doing that? Isenshin already farmed 101. Man, I don't think there's any answers here for the side of Arnode.
I agree, but one of the answer. But again, oh, look at mid lane with a Petrify combination. 1 HP rescue for that Guinevere right before the neutral objective. The second turtle on the spawn. There is the ultimate being popped up from Zushin, making sure they zone them hard. Right before I thought like, hey, this could be the game or this could be the time where Arunodai could go for the neutral objective. That is the Phantom Steed, but Retribution Battle will be going into the hands of Megumi. And there it is. He falls down again in between the 5 members of Team Megumi.
A desperate move, a desperate attempt from Aruno. They shut down right at the face, but oh, they get a trade there. That's going to be the Eastern Shin falling down, and that's a big, big news because the goal laner is going to get even more farmed. And that's why you need your roamer to be setting up. Unlike the last game where Slash was going down way too many times, in this game it does not happen so. And that's why there's more control over the map for Arnode, and they have things to work with. But yep, cannot keep going forever. Papi Shrek gets that EXP crab. 1v1, of course. Among the EXP learners, a very common sight to see in the Land of Dawn.
Now, there's one particular way that they could settle around. I don't know that they are struggling, but they have not given it yet. Again, they're looking for the purpose to kill down the Yushang. Black Dragon might be coming in handy, and there we go, Black Dragon for the escape. That is a big ultimate taken down, and it was similar to the thing like right before the turtle number 2. Black Dragon form was not available, so I thought like this could be a go through for another day. Like there's no Black Dragon form, and they could go for a possible re-engage, but there was Raging Sandstorm from the not those two possible ultimate was there again.
Oh, from behind comes Kimi. He takes down Slash, and he uses the Raging Sandstorm as well. A lot of damage being done onto him, but he does not have any problems. On the other hand, Megumi versus Talo Putsum. Megumi, is he waiting for the dash? Is he waiting for the BMI? No, he's not. He's going to go for the turtle instead, and Talo Putsum as well. Does not really care about going back to his BMI. But yup, that is another desperate move here. Coming in from the side of Arnode. Arnode here, they definitely need to try and contest this turtle. The goal lead is not really too much. It's still 1.7k. So I think it's still a contestable fight right now if they want to take it. But for that, they have to set it up pretty well. But man, the way Megumi are just controlling this river area does not allow them to take an even fight.
Yuzhong is always there. That's the Phantom Steed looking forward for the fight. But Yi Shin just makes his way onto the bottom lane. There is a 1v1 going on. But look at that. That is absolute 2vs. Team Arunodai. This could be it for them. 2 members down. Raging Sandstorm, not Raging Sandstorm, but the Sand Guardian coming in handy. He goes there, takes down Claude in a 1v1 situation.
And the Claude did get some backup as well from the Farsa, but imagine a roamer taking down your goal laner like that. That is a very, very bad situation to be in, where your goal laner is going down to the enemy roamer, right? And with that.
But hey,
okay, this Khalid is actually going for damage.
It's not any roamer, it's a roamer with a blade of Heptices in his hand and a Legion sword in another.
And that means it's just trouble. It's just trouble for the side of Arunode. What are they going to do now? They do have this Guinevere which can set things up, but where is the follow-up going to come from? Because the moment you try to go and follow up, this dragon is just going to destroy your backline.
Perhaps they need to go around and like bait down the Esmeralda. Oh, again, bit get out destroyed.
Flashy moves. Some really flashy moves coming in from Megumi himself. But yeah, that was a flicker forced out for a phantom execution, and that's a trade that Megumi will take any day. Oh my god. First item at 8 minutes. Damn, that's a very, very bad situation to be in. Especially for the side of Team Arunode, because man, take a look. That's a Leomord with the first item at 8 minutes. That's a hero that should snowball. But instead, he's getting his first item just now. At around almost 9 minutes right now.
It's a really bad spot they are on to. Might be looking forward on the over-engage. Like, they need to bait out the Esmeralda. She needs to be the sacrificial lamb for Team Arunode to get onto the equalizer in terms of gold, in terms of damage, and in terms of winning it out. But again, without any contest, Team Megumi secures the first lot of the game, and it will be marching down to the enemy base. And it's going to be one last fight or one last dance for this game.
Yep. Oh, there it comes. Raging Sandstorm. But oh, this time he will fall. But the knockup coming in from the dragon. Finds one there. It's Slash going down first. And Estachio still holding on to the second phase of that Mountain Shocker. And he's going to land it on the face of these enemies. Megumi dashing in and out. Eve taking a lot of damage from the Thorn Rose. There comes a flicker, but it's not able to save him. Papi Shrek, the Shah residue gets through. Talo Putum, he wants to go in for the engage, it seems. But okay, he BMIs back to save space. And that's 2 inhibitors down, just like that.
2 inhibs down, and the Lord is marching down to the enemy base. And this is, this could be the silence before the storm. And they are regrouping. Team Megumi are just waiting for the Lord to come down and settle it with this one Lord. The inhibitors are down. The 2 of the members are down, and Black Dragon form is already up. And they could just zone out with one final stampede with a Raging Sandstorm. There's a Phantom Seed going on. Final strike being followed out.
And that's the Lord coming through your way. Megumi going in, and here it goes. Eve goes down first to the Thorn Rose. They're trying their best to clear this Lord out. There comes the special migration, finding 2 members, but there is not enough damage on this Guinevere. Slash going down, and Megumi could fall as well. Kimi coming in, Talo Putum really low. There are still minions inside the base, and they have to clear it out. Shutdown secured here. BMI in a desperate attempt to try and clear down these minions, but do they find someone? Talo Putum able to BMI back, but there is nobody left on his teammates to defend. And that is Megumi winning the first match.
A wipe out without any hesitation, and with the one Lord, they secure it without any contest. Now, this could be the fact that the first game, and it is as clean as it could get.
Yeah, and that is exactly why Estachio here is the MVP. And man, what a way to get the MVP, right? Playing the East Engine on the goal lane, where most people would expect him to be getting babysitted and try to clear the minions. So not go aggressive because you're not in your most comfortable lane right now. But this guy is defying the odds, going out and actually getting a kill against the Claude. And yep, that's what turned things around for him here. Getting the first item of the match, the fastest as well. Going in for the Hunter Strike. With that, we have the scoreboards on our screen. Too many zeros on the side of Arunode. Cannot really help them too much there, but to try and defend them. But man, there needs to be some better execution if we want to compete against the best. And Megumi here are really up for the challenge of the Raisa and Gyan Gaming Cup, it seems, because they have just passed this round and they're going into the next.
Next round seems very confident for Team Megumi. And also, one fact that Team Megumi was doing to the Arunode, like they had the perfect mid spike, they had, but Kimi, with that, with this Khalid, he was constantly being a threat and was like rotating, like, "Hey, I'm here. If you are going to come to me, your mid will get punished." And into the mid lane. Zushin was not trying to clear the mid lane as soon as possible. Instead, it was just trying to zone out Fasha, so she was not able to help the side lanes. Since the side lanes were already into the upper hand, it was a chalk block into the mid lane, and mid was, like it was so desperate, like, hey, I want to help you guys, but I'm stuck over here. I cannot really do that much, because usually see Fasha clear up the lanes with the help of the Roma, and with the wings by wings you travel either of the side lanes to get the first blood, to punish either of the side lanes who has stepped overboard from their tower.
Definitely, man. Anyone who goes ahead is going to get punished. And with that, of course, man, Duba, the last match MVP here, still putting up a decent performance, I would say. He does have 7 assists to his name. And this guy, Kimi, being a nuisance, being a menace to Arunode, because he's the reason why his team was always able to get the map control, the vision, the information, everything working out in their favor. And that's why Megumi always able to get the advantage in every single fight. That vision provided by their roamer was always the edge that Arunode could never have. But now, of course, the dragon as well. The draft was pretty good, I would say. They did kind of, not make sense in the first place when they picked up this Yisun Shin as their goal laner. But now it all comes to place. And you can see that the wingman and the rich guy are both here a statue on that Yisun Shin. So yeah, that's pretty obvious as to why they went for this Yisun Shin as their goal laner instead of going for jungler. Probably they wanted more value, and they're pretty confident that they could win it out in the goal lane as well.
Well, the old saying goes by, if it works, man. And this time it worked well from Megumi.
Yep, and with that, we definitely have to look forward as well as to what the next matches are going to be. But there's a very very sad news, which is that one of the teams in the second match has just forfeited. So yeah, we're not going to be having that, I guess. But man, who is not here to listen to some old, of course, not that old, but yep, some old motivational music? Because man, we fans of this game, of course, are up for some music, right? So if you want to listen to the music, you have to hang around on the next page, which we are going to be transitioning into. And yeah, with that, Sasuke, anything else you want to say?
Not too much, man. It's all yours.
Then we are good to go then, ladies and gentlemen. That is all that we have for the first match. Second match is not going to happen, but that does not mean you have to go anywhere. You can of course wait for the third one by listening to some motivational mlbb music, or you say ml music right now, ml5v5 music, as we'll be back after a short break. So do not go anywhere. Stay tuned on whichever channel you're watching, whether be it Moba 55 official or whether be it Quadrum Games. So with that, we'll be right back.
just walking right into his line of fire. Strikes mid-range.
Lots of people around the world right now are just very emotional because there's a
powerhouses in the Free Fire community, Star and Gyan Gaming. Welcome to everyone present in the chat. Hey, and talking about that, we've got something very, very exciting. It's S8UL with, I think the team against them is C3 Meraki, now formerly known as, C3 Meraki, now changed to Megatron Esports. And hey, on the caster desk, it's me, Crucifix. Joining me is going to be none other than the one who's got the best jawline in the world, in my opinion at least, and the most amazing caster I actually know. Well, we've known each other for almost 2 years now. Itami, how is it going today?
Long time no see, man. It's been a while since we casted together. I think it's been almost a year. Like, we shared the casting decks at least on a face cam, so it's actually good to see you. And this is going to be the best of 3 series onto Star and Gyan Gaming's Cup, and it is presented by Wardroom Games in collaboration with Mobile Legends 5v5 official. Leaving all onto that, this is a best of 3 series onto the top 16. So quarterfinals has already begun, and the stakes are a lot higher this time. So 2 of the powerhouses, I would say, IQ, SETUL, I think they don't need much of an introduction because we have seen them quite often onto the tournaments. And Megatron Esports, aka C3 Meraki, this has been one of the teams who are onto the elite leaderboards right now. They are trying to make their way onto the mythic leaderboard as well, but the competition has been quite higher for them. But still, this is one of the teams which have been quite the contender actually from all of the 512 teams, and they have made it onto the top 16 as well. So they are one of the teams which are quite growing as well. But this time it is going to be the biggest challenge by far, and it is team IQ SETUL onto their opponent. So they also have, recently they have got some of their lineups adjustment, if I'm not mistaken. So the lineup changes are definitely there. So main question is definitely going to be that if they are able to synergize with the new members quite well, or is it going to be some common, or let's say some kind of crucial mistakes that might be ending up costing them the game as well, because C3 Meraki has been quite consistent with the lineup so far, and I have been quite casting their games as well previously. So this team definitely has the synergy for this side, but I would say IQ SETUL has more of the experience onto the tournament scene. So stakes are going to be bigger this time, and it is going to be an elimination round. So the top 2 teams will be going onto the land, onto Kolkata, and they will be battling for the biggest prize pool yet, and that is going to be 1.5 million INR. Onto the INR, it is actually 15 lakhs rupees. So this is actually the highest amount that has been ever, onto the prize pool of a Mobile Legends 5v5 tournament onto India.
Yes, sir. And talking about that, dude, these teams, they're actually from the 1,000 to a total of 1,024 teams were actually participating in the tournament. And one thing that these guys did, RNG, like Star and also Gyan Gaming, that they actually did was that you can actually join as a solo player. They would actually allot you a team, and then you can actually try to make your way up to the upper brackets and do your best with, the people that you actually just met. I mean, that might actually be counterproductive, but it does give a big opportunity for these solo players to actually shine, maybe show their, stuff maybe. But again, it's something that, most people don't actually talk about, something that not many other organizers actually brought to the table. This was absolutely mind-blowing, revolutionary, I'd say. But again, it's all about how these teams actually play with. And hey, I don't see most of these teams come up to the top, top spots. But I think S8UL and, Megatron Esports, they really do deserve this spot, obviously. Elite leaderboards, they definitely do deserve that. S8UL, on the other hand, like you mentioned, they do have a lot more tournament experience. It's going to be very, very crucial as to what they're actually going to be pulling up today, because, like you said, it's an elimination round. If they don't bring their A game in this best of 3, they're going to actually lose on a lot of opportunities coming forward. Again, though, there's a big question mark with what they're going to pick. I believe that their compositions revolve around more of a re-engage composition, poke and run type of thing. Well, I'm talking about Megatron esports. I believe that they actually do feel more comfortable with that kind of compositions. However, they've proven me wrong with several other of their instances where they've picked heroes and compositions that turn complete tables around and surprise most people. I'm kind of hoping to see something very exciting. Maybe something non-meta.
Yeah, me too.
Board,
Of
Argus.
course, like Argus, of course. Like we do know how much big of a laser crucifix is with the Argus, but I think on to the gold lane, the meta has been quite versatile as well, because it's
True.
not just the marksman, but the fighter gold lane also comes up. And on to actually the hot picks right now will definitely be the Sora or maybe the CC and even the Freya. So Freya, she hasn't gotten the adjustments yet. So definitely she is one of the strongest gold lane fighters to watch around. So if you have that kind of a potential to just dive in and go on to the fight, if they don't have that kind of chained CC, then Freya can definitely be a go-to pick. But let's say a hard CC like the Franco's ultimate, the Bloody Hunt, could be the game changer for the Freya. So that will be one thing that Freya will be trying to avoid. But the other picks onto the gold, it's definitely the Claude because of the fighter emblem adjustment. Even though it has received a recent nerf, I think the Claude still works out quite decently. But onto the other lane picks, priority wise as well as adjustments wise, I think it depends upon the user how well you are able to utilize the hero, and the S tier picks are definitely there. But at the end of the day, it actually depends on how well you are able to utilize the hero on full potential.
I completely agree with you. And hey, talking about that, Carrie still does really perform well in the gold lane. Heroes like Freya and all of them, they do have this problem against hard crowd control. But again, hard crowd control being Franco's ultimate. Franco's ultimate is one of the worst ultimates you can actually deal with, especially in the early game. You may be able to come up on top against a Franco in the late game, but early game it's gonna wreck you like a wrecking ball, obviously. Talking about all of this, I'm actually more concerned about Mincetar, who is apparently very, very, very open. Not many people ban him. And see, look, it's more of a ranked game thing. You got a lot of Mincetar players in early Mythic, like from Mythic to Mythic Honor, maybe Glory, you see a lot of Mincetar plays. But again, Mincetar does counter Freya, it does counter Sora's dash, so that doesn't allow him to actually, get, the ultimate where he starts punching people from the air like Luffy style. So that's something that you actually got to look forward to. Maybe a Mincetar. Sometimes you can also think about heroes like Grok, who are very, very annoying, especially in the Tectonic Charge. It denies a lot of area. You've got the wall, you've got like Earthen Rampart. You're practically a living, walking, breathing rock. And not gonna lie, I think that's gonna be a very dangerous pick. Either if you actually face it, you're gonna actually have a lot of hard time, or it's going to actually end up with a lot of misplays and a lot of Tectonic Charges, like the ultimate just crashing into nothing. Could be a possibility.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, and the Grok, as you said, the more of the playmaker kind of heroes, the Grok, he is completely dependent upon how well he makes out the sets. So playmaker types heroes definitely does work out. And one thing, even after so many adjustments, I do see the support heroes more onto the rank, but not much onto the tournament scene. I think they definitely are kind of missing out on something. So that might be the reason why we don't see the Angela or maybe the Rafaela or the Florin quite often. Instead, it is just the playmaker tanks. And if there is a small kind of a chance, they do prioritize the Kalea, which can give you out the additional healings, and she is a playmaker onto her side as well because of the Tsunami Slams. She can make the plays, and her ultimate is non-cancelable unless you have the Purify. So if a Kalea is picked out, then most of the members, they are forced to use out the Purify spell onto their side, even if it doesn't work out well with the hero. So it could be more of a priority this time, but I still feel the EXP meta is still kind of strong. So EXPs play a very vast role when it comes to the major turtle fights. and giving out the major rotations. And it completely depends upon the map as well, because if it is the expanding rivers, then the rotations will definitely be a lot faster than before.
Agree with you, but one thing that I want to talk about, it's not just Kalea you have to worry about as a support tank hero. You've got to worry about the cow too, Minotaur. He's been performing pretty well, honestly, and he's pretty strong overall. The Minoan Fury is actually a very dangerous threat, a lot of area denial, even more than Grok, if I'd say. I completely forgot about it, thanks for reminding me. But again, Minotaur is a hero that can be countered, but not to the most fullest extent. You've got heroes like, with Tigreal who can actually just play around the Minotaur, catch people, and then again, you can't really do much against Tigreal who's actually... No, you can. You can technically just use the first skill. I mean, there's a lot of ways you can actually play a lot of heroes, and it's personal experience. I have never really faced a difficult time against a Minotaur as a Tigreal player, so just personal experience. However, one thing that I want to mention is the fact that support players do often have this one problem where everybody in the team has to revolve around that support player. Now, imagine an Angela. You practically have to make your team revolve around that. You've got to have something very sustainable in the EXP lane, maybe like a Yuzong to jump the back line, or maybe a Phobius with Flicker. I think that would actually, pair well with, an Angela. But mainly the Angela is not going to be targeting the EXP laner as a priority in terms of using the ultimate. The hard guard is not going to be used onto, a Phobius or a Yuzong. Sometimes, obviously, it would be, but again, it's mainly the tanky, jungler, or, well, if you go for an assassin jungler, you're pretty much leaving your team open to maybe a possible gank or invade. So I think the Angela player, or support players in general, really need to have, really good frontline, especially maybe like a Zushin, something that actually allows his team to get some leeway in fights if at all they make a slip up here or mistake there. I think that's actually one of the biggest problems for support players in general, so that's why most teams actually prioritize on taking tanks or heroes that actually can soak up a lot of damage, like maybe Khalid or some other fighter in that regard. But mostly I don't think I see the possibility of a support hero, not having to revolve around the team, being picked without actually having any warranted tanky frontliners. So I think that's actually a big problem there. But again, it's a tournament scene. You have teams with a lot of, synergy. They have a lot of communication. So they're going to be very, very, with each other at all times. So I think a support hero would actually be, viable. Again, I could be wrong.
Yeah, and I think the mid lane also plays out a really vital role, because right now, if it is more of a, let's say, a utility kind of a jungler comes up, then they will be trying to prioritize Yve or maybe a Jushin if it is open. So that will be giving you the continuous magic damage. So that might be the reason why they decide to prioritize it quite more. But because of some of the revamps as well as some of the buffs, I would say burst mages also play out their roles out quite well, like the Eudora. Because of the revamp, we are firstly trying it out. So to master her, like before, going to be taking quite a bit of a time compared to before, because she was more of an easy hero, because of the reason why one of the can also be the mid lane priority, like the Zetian or maybe other burst mages like the Kadita or something else. But for this game, we will be seeing it out very soon. I do hope the draft as well as draft phase and the match will be really soon. So before that, I would like to add on around onto the live chat. So make sure you follow out everything is out onto those diamonds, which will help you out onto the future events as well. So Crucifix, quick thought actually.
I couldn't catch that. Apologies, my friend. I think it's my internet. I believe that I'm facing a little communication issue here. But again, what I wanted to say was, I believe that everyone in the chat right now, get your friends in. I think Mobile Legends is getting a lot of traction right now, and a lot of opportunities are popping up. So I think overall, you guys really need to subscribe because we will be bringing to you even more tournaments. We will give you more action, more sustained drama in the Land of Dawn. The Land of Dawn being the place where we actually play each game, obviously. And make sure you actually share the stream with your friends because the top teams of India right now are playing against each other. Right now, Megatron Esports versus S8UL. Names you probably know. If you don't know, now you know. And hey, subscribe, like, share the stream. Ithami, back to you, my friend. I don't seem to be.
Okay. Thank you for
Yes,
covering
sir.
me, Crucifix, and
Hey, yo.
sorry for the delay. Of course, we are back onto the drafting phase this time, and we were, actually mentioning out the Grok, and this time Megatron has decided to ban out the Grok quite early. It is one of the reasons why is Grok has been quite onto the scene thanks to Aurora PH actually picking it up, and Light was the one who made that 3-man Tectonic Charge play. But other than that, it is Soul Apex onto the opponent, so he has been it has been one of his signature picks as well, so that might be one of the reasons why Grok has been onto the ban list, of course. And Jushin and the Freya and the Kalea, of course. Kalea, like the playmakers as well as the pick-off kind of heroes, are getting taken down, and from the side of Team Megatron Esports is actually both of the heroes. It is the roamers.
I mean, to be fair, I think the Kalea ban is actually pretty obvious. You'd actually not want to get one of your mages or marksmen, in a tough spot. You probably have to expend that Purify just to make sure your teammate is safe. So heroes like Argus, who has the ultimate that actually purifies, Wan, who has a second skill that purifies, and Valir, who actually has an ultimate that purifies. You have no other heroes that can actually have an inbuilt purify spell, so Kalea is going to have a fun time trying to take down whatever, the side of team, I say, Megatron might actually have to offer the game. But look at that, we've got right now Fanny getting banned from the side of Team Megatron Esports. I believe S8UL really can't shine with that one. However, there's still Lancelot, there's still White Yisun Shin. All these heroes that are actually still S tier are still open.
Yeah, and Fanny being banned out from the side of Team Megatron Esports, I think they recently had a jungler change, so that might be the reason why the Fanny has been onto the ban priority. And other than that, I think Fanny is also onto the meta, but it depends upon how well you are able to utilize the hero. Like I've already said it out, the Claude has been banned. Like the S tier gold laners right now definitely is the Claude and the Freya, so it's kind of justified from that side. And Megatron Esports will be having the first pick priority. Maybe an EXP or maybe a mid or a roam might be coming up, but let's see what's gonna happen.
If you really want to keep your, cards hidden, I believe that the best option is to go for Roam or maybe EXP, which obviously you can actually use as a what do you call it? A very confusing pick. No, a confusing pick. What was the word? Slipped my mind. A hero that can actually work in both EXP, Roam, or maybe Gold Lane, something like that. I forgot the word for it, but hey, forgive me for actually being forgetful, but I think they actually just go for the Yisun Shin. They're like, nope, we're not getting any chance. We're not taking any chances. Yisun Shin on our side. That's a lot of global vision from the Yisun Shin. I believe that that's going to be a very, very helpful factor for Megatron Esports. But there's a lot of heroes that can actually possibly counter this, especially heroes like maybe Fredrin. If they're going for a tanky lineup, S8UL might not actually go for it. I think the assassin lineup for the side of Team S8UL is the go-to pick. But I believe that they might actually be able to counter it. Oh, they can counter it. They've got the Hilda, who's going to be a big menace to that Yisun Shin, unless, of course, Megatron Esports has a good mid laner who can actually protect him.
Yeah, and the plus point for the Freya is definitely going to be the fact that this is a dangerous grass map. So this will provide the Hilda a lot of chances to rotate as well as invade onto the jungle. So that will be giving the Hilda quite of an upper hand, as well as the Yuzhong actually with the Black Dragon forms, as well as the rotations onto the turtle fights as soon as it comes up. And Anti is quite really comfortable with the Yuzhong, so that is both of the signature picks from both for Apex as well as for Anti. So how will Megatron respond onto it? They instantly lock in the Harriet. So I think SCTUL can go out with a Granger too, but okay, we were talking about the Tigreal as well. I think there are still some major counters for the Tigreal. It quite
It's not
it can
bad.
kind of be dicey for the Tigreal to be getting picked out quite early on because the Valentina could also be quite of an option, but I think it relies more onto their team composition for the side of Team Megatron Esports.
I believe so, but look at that. We've got an Esmeralda in the gold lane, we've got Yuzong into the EXP lane, and we've got Hilda as the roamer. Dude, that's a very, very tanky lineup from the side of Team S8UL. I believe that right now, Harriet McGrady is going to have a hard time against that Esmeralda, especially since both of them actually use shields, and Harriet actually benefits from having that shield. He's able to trade a lot more, often than most other gold laners, but the Esmeralda is going to be that one nail in the coffin for Harriet, because obviously if you have a shield, you're going to have a little more sustain. But if you have a shield, it's going to allow Esmeralda to actually take up all of that shield, heal herself, and also she has the ability to damage you through that shield. So she's not attacking the shield, she's attacking your HP directly. So I think Harriet might be in trouble. We've got the second banning phase going through. We've got Lunox getting banned from the side of Team S8UL. We've also got Kimmy. Lunox pretty obviously, because the side of Team S8UL really have a very tanky lineup, a very beefy lineup. So I think the Linux is actually pretty obvious. Like, you can't really keep the Linux open. You also still do have the carry open, but I don't believe that Harriet is gonna go to the mid lane and carry is gonna get picked this time.
Yeah, it's kind of a rough kind of a lineup for the carry to be actually picked out, considering the fact that Esmeralda is already there for the side of Team STUL. So, Megatron, they can go out with. They still have the mid lane as well as the gold lane, not the gold lane actually, it's the EXP that's still open. So, a lot of potential options are still there, like the Lapu Lapu or anything else. They can go out with that, but at the end, they should be, the fact that if they are able to hold it out onto the early phases of the game will be mattering, like how well you are able to control the mid as well as onto the late game phase, because Hilda gives out a lot of visions as well as lot of early game poking. So they decided to lock in with the Hayabusa, so assassin kind of a lineup. STUL before, they relied on to, let's say, orthodox kind of picks, but still it worked out for their side. It was the Amon as well as the Uranus jungle, or maybe something else, but this time it is clearly the assassins coming up. And Megatron Esports, they still have their sides, and in terms of draft, I think STUL might have the better control this time.
I believe you will really have a tanky lineup that is very productive. We've got two heroes that really see the light of day in tournament formats. We've got Famous. We've also got Cyclops. The mid lane Cyclops, I don't understand why you would go for that, because, why would you? You probably need a lot more crowd control. Cyclops does have a very spammable ultimate, but I don't think that's the best option. Could be possible. I could be wrong here. And Damus, personally speaking, I believe Damus is actually pretty strong. But against the Yuzong, really? I mean, you're going to lose in the early game, but the moment you get your ultimate level 4, you're pretty safe, I think.
Like for the side of Team Megatron, actually, it's kind of a signature pick for the side. Like, it's really less number of teams who actually prioritize the Cyclops onto the mid lane. And whenever they did that previously onto the previous tournaments I've casted, it worked out for their side. Actually, the Cyclops are more reliant onto the team fight composition, even with the Thamus. So Zenny as well as Hini, they are quite comfortable with the heroes. But onto the fact that SCTUL also got the Eve for their side, will be giving them out the zonings for the side as well. And Megatron, I think in terms of the draft, early game wise, if they are able to hold it out and make it out once they are able to get the itemizations, then they might be having the advantage. But quick guesses onto the draft, I think SCTUL, they will be playing out a lot aggressively right from the start.
they've got two divers. They've got a mage that can actually zone out a lot of the enemies, and I believe the ultimate, the RWM, real world manipulation, when he uses it, he will be immune to stuns from Tigreal or any other attempts to kill. I think the Yi Sun-shin might be the only one who can actually take down Eve, but again, Yi Sun-shin really has to keep his back safe from Esmeralda, Hilda, and also Hayabusa. They've got heroes that dive. I think S8UL really has stand a chance at actually just harassing the Megatron Esports completely since the early game to the late game. I believe this might actually just be very difficult for the side of Team Megatron Esports if they don't coordinate properly.
Yeah, and coordination is definitely going to be mattering a lot onto this game, because I've already said it out, because the fact that Hilda is onto a dangerous grass map makes her more terrifying, and the fact that if they are able to extend out the game, then maybe Megatron will be having more of an advantage. But execution wise, like I've already said, SATUL might be having more of an advantage because of the early game control right from the start, and they have the kind of a lineup that doesn't rely more onto the itemizations. They can play out a lot aggressively right from the start, and they can get the trades for their side. But Megatron, on the other hand, they will be heavily reliant upon, once they get the itemization as well as the level spike, especially for the Cyclops, that in order to spam out your ultimates, you need to make sure you get at least level 12 and some of the core items like the concentrated energy as well as the other items too. And finally, we are on to the game. This is going to be the game number 1 of Megatron Esports as well as Team SATUL going up against each other. On to the land of Dawn. Crucifix as well as Satami will be on to the caster decks this time. So Crucifix, on to you.
Man, oh man, I believe that SATUL are playing it safe. I believe that they're actually not trying to push any objectives just yet, but look at that. We've got Apex jumping in at Haney. I think that's going to be a very, very difficult spot for Haney to actually deal with, but Hayabusa not able to steal the Little Wanderer from 0-2. That's going to be a little difficult, but 0-2 now has openings to actually just push through.
Oh,
and
Haney,
look at that! We've got that Tigreal Sacred Hammer, but we've got to be getting the kill onto Haney. And also, obviously, Zero Super M getting the kill on Apex. That's crazy in the early game, dude.
He just directly went in with the flicker. It was the rumor for the mid laner trade. So let's say an okay kind of a trade for the side of Team SATUL, and look at the goal lane already getting freeze from the Harriet. So it will be giving out quite of an advantage for him, but the turtle will be spawning onto the bot side. So Anti will be having more of an advantage when it comes to the rotation, giving out the rotation. Petrify already being used out. There comes the Mountain Shaker as well from 0-2. I think for the initiation, he will be able to, he will have to wait it out, because SATUL, they are already aware of the fact that the YSS has already baited out his ultimate. He uses it out onto Abhi as well, but it won't be able to connect onto the fact that he will be able to get the kill. The turtle already been spawned, and I think Megatron, they might just go in, and Anti just goes in, gets the kill onto Haney, but it will be 0-2 able to get the turtle. Bragg Dragon form just comes up, and he might be able to get some trades as well, but he just goes back. RWM comes up, Anti, but 0-2 falls onto the process. That will be a double for Abhi, and it will be 1-1. Im also will be losing his life just for the turtle. They lose out 3 of their members.
It was a good decision from the, Yi Sun-shin, obviously, 0-2 actually tried to use that, Mountain Chakra to take down one of the enemies before the turtle fight, but they still did get the turtle. However, Kakarot was in the bot lane. He was prioritizing getting kills, but in the bot lane, we've got another fight. We've got Zanny getting taken down by SATUL Anti, who is absolutely relentless. He's not even stopping if the enemies inside the tower, all of their teammates right next to him, gives him enough confidence to engage in that tower fight, and he does get the kill. Look at Apex now trying to get... Yeah, I don't think Super M is going to get taken down, but he will be taken low on HP. Now everyone's rotating to the top side. Jay in trouble. We've got Cyclops getting the ultimate, but again, too far away. I think Jay's positioning there was absolutely crucial in terms of him surviving. We've got 0-2 sneaking in, taking that red buff away from Hayabusa. Kakarot a little underfarmed, but he's going to rotate and retaliate with that fight. He's going to take the enemy, obviously 0-2's red buff.
Yeah, and the jungle as well as the resources already getting invaded from the side of Team Megatron is not looking good for their side. Jay is quite low, but the chrono dashes as well as the Zaman Force damage will still not be enough. Harith will be requiring his Trinity in order to get some decent amount of damage for his side. And I think Megatron Esports, most importantly, their resources are getting baited out.
Oh, by the way, we've also got Kakarot getting himself that, Hunter
Oh.
Strike. We've also got a little fight in the mid lane. We've got now Sacred Hammer pulling Apex away from his safe zone. But the ultimate, we've got the implosion from the Tigreal catching Apex in cold blood. We've also got Kakarot trying to jump in, super in, troubled. But he will also be taken down. The ultimate from Cyclops connecting. But now we've got the Black Dragon zoning in the enemies. 0-2 still alive though. But I don't think it's going to be possible for him to take down the turtle just yet. Anti rotating for the turtle, tanking the damage. I believe that's actually a good idea from the side of Team SAQL. They've got a lot of zoning right now.
Yeah, and just like that, I think SATUL, they are having more of an advantage when it just comes out onto the objectives, and they are winning it out onto that as well. So, second turtle wise, I still think this time it will be SATUL actually trying to prioritize out the turtle, and Kakarot has got enough visions for his side to just contest out the turtle as well, but he will be trying to prioritize onto the buff so that he makes sure the Mountain Chica comes out onto Anti, he gets the stun, but still the damage won't be enough for the YSS to actually get a burst onto him. There was the backup, but the backup was not on time, and just like that, the Mountain Chica goes out. Look at the damage from the Esmeralda. Falling Star Moon also comes up, but still the trades won't be there. And he's doing a 1v3. He is able to sustain it out, and he just goes back. And the turtle actually goes out for the side of Team SATUL.
I mean that's fair and all, but I love the way Anti's actually playing. He's not sacrificing himself just to save the tower. It's not possible for him to save the tower. He will be dying if he does actually try, and he just decided to stay alive for now. At least that's actually a good decision from his part. I believe that the side of Team SAQL really does have the upper hand here. But look at that. I think everyone from the side of Team Megatron Esports are going in together. Haney and also Zenny both together in the mid lane, trying to pressure down the tower there. But Esmeralda, I think, is positioning herself pretty well to actually make a little play here or there, maybe if they actually commit to it, but nah.
They might not actually do it out quite yet before they get the items, and I think Megatron, they are quite behind in terms of the farm as well. They are quite, already 3k lead behind, and it will be taking some time to actually catch them up, and they will be requiring some trades to be fair. And SATUL, they will be trying to prioritize out quite more of the towers, but they might just go in onto Jay, but Jay is trying to do the 1v2. Zenny comes up on the backup as well. There is a 1v4 kind of a situation. This time Jay will be falling onto the process now, so is able to get the kill.
That was a very bad decision, but we've got the RWM. We've also got a lot of damage coming in from Abi. We've also got the Tinkrill's implosion catching the enemy mage and also Apex, but that's not going to be enough. Nobody follows up, and we've got one more getting taken down by Albi. Obviously, that's going to be super also, 0-2, but again, another fight in the top side. So Man Force is not going to keep you alive. Now some getting taken down. Albi also pushing down the top tower. And Kakarot allowing himself to get that turtle for no pressure from the side of Team Megatron Esports whatsoever.
Yeah, and just like that, and it is going to be a pause actually coming up from one of the sides of the team, and by far it is Team SATUL who are having more of the advantage as of now, and they are winning out onto the objectives as well as getting out more of the kill treat. So even if Megatron are trying to commit it out onto the team fights, it is still IQ SATUL who are just sustaining it out and coming out quite on top. So I think the rotations as well as the decision making from the side of Team IQ SATUL has coming out more of the advantage for the side, and for now they are able to keep up with the lead. But the question is, if Megatron are able to get the Trinities as well as the farm, then maybe the tables might turn around, but we have to wait it out for now, and we have to wait out for the pause to be over.
I mean, I completely agree with you when you when you said that, the side of Team SAUL really have a good set of zoning capabilities. They are also doing a lot for in terms of actually trading objectives. They're not actually focusing on just making one or one or two good plays. They are trying to make sure whatever they actually do leads to a good advantage for them, and that's what they actually are putting up onto the side of Team Megatron Esports plate. They're not actually being very kind about it. They are definitely doing a lot of mistakes, I'd say, like Jay not actually getting vision there led to him dying, which was actually not a very bad thing, because obviously the side of Team SAQL really ended up winning that fight, but again, avoidable deaths could lead to more of a better snowball for the side of Team SAQL. Again, I think SAQL really knows how to make sure that the side of Team Megatron Esports commits totally before they engage. That repositioning and poking potential from their side is crazy. We've got Sacred Hammer and Implosion from the Tigreal, but again, the ultimate from the Eve keeps them alive for a bit longer. Yuzong jumping in with a big Black Dragon form. Jay getting to kill Nausum. Now they're jumping in even more. 0-2 getting taken down by Obi, obviously, with the help of Anti, who jumped in inside the tower. Sacred Hammer used to, reposition, keep himself alive, but 2 people down already, and everyone from the side of Team SAQL is still alive. They have the opportunity to push down the top tower, mid-tier 2 and the top tier 2, but damage, for some reason, doing so much damage. Zenny, what are you eating, bro? What are you feeding that hero?
Yeah, I think time is definitely going to be a virtue for the side of Team Megatron, because the damage is definitely showing up. But the thing is, SCTUL, they have more of an objective advantage, and they have a tower advantage for the side as well. 3 towers more compared to the side of Team Megatron, and that is one of the reasons why, even if they are trying to commit it out, still they are not able to get the trees that they want. And Cyclops, the damage is not actually coming up from his side as he is expected to do. So one thing for the side of Team Megatron Esports is, if they are, if they actually want to hold out onto the game, they need to make sure the itemizations as well as the objectives are done. But for the objectives this time, it is going to be Team SHUL able to get the Lord, and they will not be over committing, and instead they will just be waiting out for the Lord, trying to get more inhibitors and maybe just end the game for the side.
I see that, but I also do see that Jay is taking down the blue buff. I think they're trying to force the side of Team Megatron Esports to commit to a fight. That's not going to be possible, though. I believe that it's actually going to be possible. Megatron Esports all positioning themselves right next to the blue buff, allowing 0-2 to actually take it. But the side of Team SAQL noticed that pretty quickly. They don't actually want to commit to that fight at all. Good decisions, but I think the super minions are spawning. They did spawn, and they're actually right at the side of Team Megatron Esports' door. That's a lot of damage for the Hayabusa's Open Shadow kill, though. I just missed that because obviously it was off camera, but it does not find a kill. But it does find one, tower. But again, the RWM doing a lot of damage here. The Quad Shadow, Kakarot getting the kill onto Haney, and that's going to be Lord marching in, knocking down the door for the side of Team Megatron Esports.
That was actually a great zoning from the Eve as well as the Esmeralda, but still, it was only Haney that fell off onto the process. But still, I do think they are able to hold it out. But no, the OG Shadow kill just comes up, as well as the commitment. 0-2 will be falling onto the process. They will just dive in, and it will be 2 of the members from the side of Team Megatron just falling apart. The inhibitors from the top is down, and they will be trying to commit onto the mid as well. Hayabusa doesn't have his OG Shadow kill to just commit it out, but they will be trying to prioritize the tower out quite far, and they will be able to do so. And SHUL will be committing it out, and this time Falling Star Moon once again comes out from Jay, and there is the RWM play, but still the damage is not still there, and they are deciding to not overcommit. They just decided to go back, but a fair enough trade for the side of Team IQ SHUL once again.
Oh my god, did you notice that? Did you just notice that? Oh my god, Avi, please don't do this. I don't want to mention this. But again, the positioning of Avi is absolutely crazy. And bro just drew something, a straight line with 2 dots on the side, right in the enemy's faces. Megatron Esports, you can't take that disrespect and not counter back, brother.
I think that was, maybe it was accidental, or maybe that was a statement from him.
It was a statement. That guy is not actually being nice today.
Yeah. And I think instead of overcommitting, they will just be waiting out for the Lord this time. And they won't be taking any more risk, because The fact that even if Megatron are not getting any trades by as of far onto the last 5 minutes, they haven't gotten any trades. But speaking of trades, as well as the commitment, Apex just goes in onto 5 people. He is just able to sustain it out. The farm difference is definitely showing up. It's almost over 11k. The Lord is almost up, and I think CTUL they will directly just go out for the Lord. But the thing is, Megatron Esports, they will just be left out trying to defend out the base. They just go in, and there is the OG Shadow kill. Haney just falls off onto the process. That will be an unstoppable for the Hayabusa. Kakarot is able to get 5 kills onto his name. There is no overcommitment, but still they are able to prioritize the inhibitor tower, and it's all onto the crystal all alone. And it will be Team SATUL just directly going out for the Lord.
I see it. Okay, look. The one thing that I'm not actually okay with is the Cyclops pick. I get it. It might be a signature pick from the side of Team Megatron Esports, but against heroes like Hilda, Esmeralda, Hayabusa, and Yuzong, you're a sitting duck. You might have the flicker, but well, even if you do have pull yourself together, the second talent from the support emblem, even if you have that, you're practically a sitting duck to every single engage from the side of Team SAUL. They can forcefully make you commit that flicker whenever you actually needed it the most, and then they can come back at you again and take you down whenever you don't have it. But look at that, Quad Shadow positioned onto the enemy Cyclops, but he was almost in the fountain, so Hayabusa did take a bit of damage. The RWM positioned pretty well, zoning out 3 of the enemies, and we've got Yuzong taking down the front line while Esmeralda goes to the back line, making a little bit of a statement there. Super in getting taken down by Ubby, and Anti getting the kill. Oh, he's gonna get a double kill on Zenny and also 0-2. Lord knocking down the base, making sure the game is over, and SAUL get the victory. First one of the series, they get it. SAUL not very kind about it. And hey, Ubby, don't do that.
Okay, and SATUL will be able to get the first game for the side, and this will be a dominating kind of a game, let's say. And of course, like you were already saying, the RWM play, it was more of a statement, and of course he will be getting the MVP for himself too, and it will be Abhi taking the MVP, also formerly known as Asuna, if someone is not aware of the fact that this is the guy who has been called out quite the meat standard onto India, and he has been quite consistent with the performances, and it is quite showing up onto this game as well. And they are able to take the match point. But the question is, considering how Megatron's performance was, will they actually be able to come up with a comeback? That is going to be the main question from the side. The draft, it was more reliant onto their comfort picks instead of the meta. They went all out, but still the farm difference as well as the itemizations difference was definitely showing up from the side of the Megatron. So that will be the one thing they will be actually trying to work it out onto the scheme.
Agree, but hey, dude, I'm still against the whole Cyclops pick, okay? The enemy team, SAUL, have this insanely heavily reliance on diving composition that they've, masterfully crafted in the drafting phase, obviously, and Cyclops was picked. I believe at least a hero like maybe Valir would have had more of an opportunity to keep the diving away from his team, or Kimmy was banned. But Valir is the second best option. He would have actually been a very, very good hero to counter whatever SAUL were bringing. His second skill would push the enemies away, and well, not Hayabusa obviously, but every other attempt from every other fighter that's in the game. I think that would have actually been completely negated if this, if Haney actually picked the Valir instead of the Cyclops. I don't know why I'm actually so against it, but I mean, Cyclops players are pretty good, but yeah, I just don't see the Cyclops working against SAQL's composition.
Yeah, they tried to rely onto their signature pick, but it backfired onto them. So onto the second game, I think they will be more onto the meta reliance, I would say. And to be fair, Cyclops has received some buffs, but still, like you have already said it out, it doesn't actually work out onto the composition that Team SATUL had for this side, because it was way too tanky, and it was like even if they were trying to commit it out, it was definitely just backfiring onto them, considering the fact he heavily relies onto the concentrated energy as well as the other items he has for his side. So that will be one of the things. I think Megatron Esports, the first pick YSS also, it was quite okayish because he is known as one of the fastest junglers, but the commitment as well as the other things will be the one thing that Team Megatron Esports will definitely try to work it out. And who knows, this time they might actually come up with a different kind of a draft, and it might favor for their side.
Look, all honesty, I'm not against the side of Team Megatron Esports. They did have a little gap in their drafting, obviously, a big gap actually. But if you're gonna pick a Yi Sun-shin, you've gotta have that heroes that actually give him the early game advantage. The Cyclops is not a hero that actually you can pick to give Yi Sun-shin a big advantage in the early game, especially against heroes like Hilda, maybe even. Yuzong, if he rotates, Anti would have actually been a big threat for any turtle fight, especially knowing the fact that, obviously, Yi Sun-shin has to go to the EXP side of the map to get the first turtle, obviously. So you do have to keep in mind that Yuzong is going to be a threat there. So Cyclops, not a very good pick. Them is heavily reliant on items and farms, so he's going to be very difficult to actually, he's going to be very difficult to actually push through the early stages of the game without any, committing to any fights. So that happened, and we also did get Super M with Tigreal. I think that was a good decision. I think it could have worked, but the damage wasn't there against heroes that were so tanky. Those beefy tanks didn't really take any damage at all. I mean, the only time I saw a very proper coordinated gank was when Jay was taken down in the, top lane against 5 people, but that could just
finally
be
visible.
Oh
yeah. Hello.
I had a dark joke.
Nah, never mind. I got it. I was having some issues from my side, and finally I've transformed from a Guinevere to
Jotami. No,
Ram.
Jota. Hey, how about mogging that job?
Nah, man. I'll just leave it for the other days, let's say. And we will be waiting for the match to start as soon as possible. I think there were some issues from my side. I deeply apologize to all of the viewers that are watching. And I do hope that you people will be treating us more kindly. So I feel like this time SATUL, they still have, I think there was more of the execution advantage they had for their side, that Team SATUL were able to capitalize a lot more right from the game. And to be fair, it was the experience also showing up, but I already mentioned it out that Megatron has also been one of the teams that has been quite rising up, but they definitely do need to be working out in terms of their draft. They heavily relied more onto their team comp as well as onto their comfort picks, but comfort mostly doesn't work out if you're not able to execute it out onto their full potential. So this time Megatron Esports, I do hope the draft will be a lot more different than the before one, and they will be relying more onto the heroes that could actually match up a lineup. Even if they come up with a tanky kind of a matchup, you do have the answer for your side.
Hey, I'm gonna be very honest with you. I feel like Argus could really make a big statement. If it wins, it wins. If it loses, it loses. But it's definitely gonna push a lot of towers. Just saying.
Yeah. Argus is the difference maker, and Argus is, what do you call it? Yeah, Argus is one of the best. Yeah, of course. And leaving all of that, this time SATUL will be having the first pick advantage, and we are finally here on to the drafting phase once again. So they do have the ban side, they do have the ban advantage, and they do have the first pick advantage. So quick guesses wise, I do believe there won't be more of the respect bans coming up, but they will still be trying to relying on to the fact that they will be picking similar kind of heroes, but instead of the Hilda, I think there will be something else this time, because this is not the it is the broken walls this time, and it is not the dangerous grass. So the map difference will also play quite of a role when it comes to picking out the heroes.
Hey, I'm gonna be very honest with you. I don't see Megatron actually banning that Rock as the first ban. So do you think, if at all, well, Apex obviously gets the opportunity to pick Rock, is he going to actually sit there and fix all the walls in the map? Because obviously it's broken walls. So if Rock can put up walls, do you think it's possible?
It could be possible actually. Like
I would love to watch it. Rock
like
play.
I've already said it out that the Grok could have been quite of a priority ban as well as a pick, because Apex is really comfortable with the hero, as well as Grok has been one of the playmaker heroes onto the M series as well. That happened out recently, so that is one of the rumors that could actually watching out onto the fact that it could be picked out from the opponent's side. So not banning out the Grok leaves out quite of a questions, because he also have the potential to reset out the turtles as well as the lot. So he does have that advantage too. So I think Grok as well as the Kalea as well as other picks will be quite of a priority. But previously Esmeralda was picked out, and this time SCTUL are the ones actually, they will not be picking out the Esme but instead just be banning it.
Hey, I'm just going to add this to the statement that you made. He's not just good at resetting the Lord or, Turtle. That guy is good at resetting buffs, and I'm not joking. I've seen Apex do this multiple number of times. Bro just goes into the enemy side of the map, okay? The enemy jungler pushes the jungle creep into the bush just so that he can take it more privately so that the enemies can't invade. Bro just goes in there, puts a wall, and then it just walks around the whole area and then goes back into the camp, which completely delays the game for the jungler, the enemy jungler. So Apex, you're absolutely crazy with this Grok. You've been playing this before the revamp and after the revamp. I love to see your Grok gameplay. It kind of inspired me to start playing Grok, and I do have around 40 matches with 89% win rate. So thanks, man, Apex.
Yeah, of course. And Grok has actually been the the signature picks of Apex right before the revamp as well. So we did see him picking up onto the previous tournaments too, and onto this game as well. It could be quite of the case, but Megatron Esports, the draft is they didn't ban out the Grok. So that is the question: will he actually pick out the Grok, or maybe the Kalea too? Kalea was banned out onto the previous game, but this time she is getting prioritized instead.
Nah, man. I was so hoping to see a Grok from this side of team that set you up, but they actually went for the Kalea instead. Good hero to pick off the enemies, but again, Kalea, you couldn't pick Grok, man.
Oh my god. Oh my god. No. Another thing is SCTUL, Megatron Esports, previously they banned out the Fanny as well as the Kalea. I think they were aware that the Fanny could also be picked out from SCTUL, because they had a change onto the jungler. So he is more onto the assassins instead of just going out for the fighter junglers. So this time Fanny gets instantly locked out as well as the Kalea. So the previously banned heroes are being more of a priority for the side of Team SCTUL. I think Megatron definitely did their homework when it comes out onto the draft, considering the previous game and considering the fact the ban was okay-ish, but instantly locking it out, going out for the signature picks from the side of Team SCTUL, it is kind of questionable. But for the trade, they got a YSS and the Yuzhong, which was onto the hands of Anti previously.
Look, all honesty, I think the Yuzhong with the Yisun Shin might actually give him a leeway in terms of actually dealing with the jungler. I believe that objective 1, obviously turtle number 1, is going to be easy for their side, unless of course a Lapu Lapu gets picked or something like that. Oh, but we've got to see a Valentina getting banned off from the side of Team Megatron Sports. So do you think there's going to be a possibility of a Sora, a hero that actually has a very low cooldown ultimate, or maybe a very strong setter? Do you think that's a possibility?
Sora could actually be priority onto the gold lane as well, because he can dish out the damage when he goes out onto the damage farm, and he has a lot of crowd control for his side, which can be advantageous for the side of your team. So the newest hero is, mostly we consider the newest heroes as one of the strongest heroes. So Obsidia, I rarely see the Obsidia onto the tournament scenes, but onto the ranks, I do see her. But the Sora, I think he has more impact compared to the Obsidia, considering he is a new hero. So he could be the priority pick as well. But the second phase ban has already started, and we
But
haven't seen the third pick from the side of Team Megatron Esports. So I
it's probably
actually, yeah,
It's probably a technical glitch, but we will
yeah,
shortly be seeing it. However, look at that. Valentina and also Carrie getting banned. High HP hero. Sora might just be picked from the side of Team Megatron Esports. Fingers crossed. I hope to see a Sora in the gold lane because that hero does not get enough spotlight for what he's worth. I think he's very strong. However, the side of Team S8UL, one questionable ban is that Badang. I think I see the possible build. Yeah, I see the possibility the Fanny does not want to actually be locked into place by Brock or a Badang, so they keep the heroes that can create walls to the sidelines. We've got Megatron Esports getting him themselves the Kufra instead. I believe Fanny is going to have a hard time if he crashes into the bouncing ball. However, every other situation might actually just be advantageous to the side of Team S8UL. They've got themselves the Alice to go to the EXP side. Do you think it's going to go to the Golden? No?
Alice Gold, nah, most probably no. But I think Jay can also go out with the marksman onto the gold lane because the sustain is definitely there, but it's more, the Fanny will be one of the major damage dealers for the side of Team STUL because she is an assassin, and Jay can also just pick out a fighter gold lane or maybe a marksman this time just to add up more of the damage for your side. But oh my goodness, that was something I didn't actually expect to see it out. Amasha is going to be a priority onto the gold lane. Instead, she has an insane burst potential, let me tell you.
She's got insane burst potential. She's the hero with the highest win rate right now in Mythic above, 57%.
57%.
But the
Yep.
pick rate is 0.18%. That's like the least amount of picks ever. Dude, this hero does not even get the spotlight, even if she's good. Most people don't
Yeah.
actually like seeing. I did see a video about this. Most people don't like seeing Masha's HP go down every time she uses a skill. I think that's what turns people off about playing Masha. But that hero is absolutely crazy. You just build a lot of tanky items. You're tanky, plus you have a lot of damage. It's crazy how much this hero can actually bring to the table, but nobody really sees this hero as a viable pick. But the side of Team Megatron Esports, they get themselves the Zacian. I believe that he was a balanced hero, not much to do with, very, very consistent amount of damage. She does have that. However, this hero really started to shine the moment that little buff into the damage that came up recently actually took place. I think that's when Zacian started hurting way more than she. Oh, we do see the Sora getting picked on the side of Team Sports, my friend.
Actually, the prediction was right, and it is the Sora onto the gold lane this time. So, will we actually see an innocent kind of a play coming up, or will we not? It will depend upon how well they are able to execute the Sora. But the question is it actually a Yuzhong gold lane or a Sora gold lane? So,
I think
Sora,
he's on EXP.
yeah, Yuzhong EXP should make more sense, and it should be it going up against a Masha. But like we already said it out, like Crucifix has already mentioned that the Masha has one of the highest win rates. She has over 57% win rate onto Mythic and the higher ranks. So Masha here could also be quite of a, let's say, quite of a spotlight kind of a hero, but it depends upon how well Jay has the farm and how much Jay is able to capitalize compared to the Sora and the other members from the side of Team Megatron Esports. It's only, look at the spells. It's the purify, not the purifies actually. It's only the flickers and one petrify, and the others are just the retribution. So spell wise, there are not much changes because they don't have that kind of hard CC, to be honest.
There's a lot of people that's going to be flickering in and out of fights, man. I'm going to be honest with you. Kalea might just be the most biggest threat with that flicker, but the side of Team Megatron Esports really don't have an opening. They've got a Zacian who's got a passive that knocks back heroes that actually try to get close to her. Kufra there to save the day if ever anybody gets into trouble. I think Sora is actually a very solid pick here in the goal lane. I think that it's not going to be that easily taken down. He's got a lot of sustain. Surprisingly, I actually didn't believe he had a lot of sustain opportunities, but he does sustain pretty well in the lane. And again, the Yisun Shin is the only weakest link in terms of getting caught by the Kalea. But let's just face it, I don't think Yisun Shin will be very easy for Kalea to catch, especially with the first skill. He's going to be able to immune it. But hey, talking about that, we are in the Land of Dawn, and for exciting action between teams S8UL and Megatron Esports. Stay tuned, get your friends, make sure you're subscribed and like the stream, because this is going to be a heated match. S8UL already won one match, but Megatron Esports, they really got a good team right now. I mean, they've got a lot of good heroes, I mean. So.
Yeah. And Megatron Esports this time compared to the previous draft, I think they relied more onto the meta. And let's just see how well this works out. And for the side of Team S8UL, we are seeing out the Masha onto the goal lane instead. So Zenny, I think he will be requiring the level 4 mark in order to actually deal out some decent amount of damage to take down that Masha out, because she has a lot of HPs and she will be somehow be able to sustain it out onto the fights as well. And considering the fact that she has an insane burst, you need to definitely be watching out for the Masha. And of course, another plus point, that is my Shiranui.
My Shiranui, yeah, but one thing that I just remembered is the fact that Masha's basic attacks with full skill activated.
Oh, look at the Fanny.
Steel cables, we've got tornado strikes, but no energy left on Fanny to use the cutthroat. So Yuzong is going to stay alive for a bit longer. Elsung, he's going to be alive, and his teammates repositioning just to help him out, dude. I think that was good teamwork, coordination from the side of Team Megatron Esports, but they might actually just lose the turtle because Yisun Shin definitely doesn't seem to be interested.
You know, Apex just went in, put out the passive of the Zetian, and thus there is the fury of the Phoenix, but it will be too super aim able to get the turtle. That is one of the traits for the side of the Megatron Esports. First advantage for the side, but 0-2 is already quite low on HP. They might just not overcome it. Black Dragon form comes up, and there is no petrified play, but the feathered airstrike will be coming up, as well as a flicker combination that will be Abhi able to get a kill onto the Yuzhong. Now soon falls onto the trade. It will be the turtle going off for the side of the Megatron, but for the trade of the EXP laner.
I mean, it's not too far behind for the side of Team S8UO. They actually do still have a good amount of chances to actually turn it around. So they did end up getting one kill, but did you notice how Kalea actually zoned out the enemy Hyper? I think Yisun Shin really didn't have any openings to get the kill, but instead it was Super Kim who actually took it down. And that last hit, man, it was surprising. But again, you know, coordination from the side of Team S8UO really on point. They've got a lot of, you know, good decision making going on. And I think
yeah, and he will be requiring the dominant side for to sustain it out, but there is the Kufra trying to make the play with his ultimate, but the Fury of the Phoenix also comes up in order to make just the disengage. No trades by far, but Megatron are quite leading the game. The slither of the HP as well as the stuns coming around, but Zenny will be able to get a kill, and it will be a double for the Sora just like that, and it will be Team Megatron Esports able to find the advantage. Kufra was able to use out the Tyrant's Revenge, but it was just waiting. The Fanny Kakarot was just waiting onto the bush, trying to make the burst, but it was the Kufra. If it was someone else, maybe the marksman, then it would have been an instant kill.
I mean, there's no marksman in the game, but if you're talking about Sora, yeah, I mean, it would have been an instant kill, no doubt, because Sora does not have the ultimate just yet. He did use it, committed to get 2 kills in the mid-side, so I think he looked at an easy target for Fanny, but instead it's going to be Cooper who actually went into zone and find the enemy's locations before they actually engaged in the fight. But look at that, we've got a lot of pressure on the top side. We've got Konami Slam, we've got Cutthroat. No, not yet, but Asuka. Alki getting the kill onto the enemy top laner, and all of a sudden out of the picture. But it's going to be traded for the turtle and also the fire bear.
Yeah, and it was not just for the tower, but the EXP laner was traded out for the turtle. And okay, for a kind of a trade for the side of team Megatron Esports. Once again, they were able to get the turtle for the side. It was M previously, but this time 0-2 was the one who was able to get his hands finally onto the neutral objective. So it will be extending out quite of a trade. But the fact that Team SCTL has an equal amount of kills compared for the side of Team Megatron, the next fight coming around, it will be the decider for either of the sides, which team will be having more of the goal lead. And speaking of goal lead, Apex is all alone. The Mountain Shaker will be coming up, and that was a beautiful pick off from him. The flicker gets baited out from Jay. Carrot tries to go in, but that will be an overcommitment. Megatron Esports will be fighting back onto those streets. A 3 for none, but the Yuzhong once again gets treated.
Nawsum has been taken down 3 times, but look at that. Zenny in the top side, cutting the lane. I think he's feeling a little too comfortable. I think he's got the ultimate already. He can be immune to damage, so I think he's actually taking advantage of that. But now, he's taking tower damage. But that's going to only lead to them just getting the tower on the side. That opens up a lot of the map, but bot lane we've got...
Oh, 0-2?
0-2. Without any resistance from the side of Team Megatron Esports, they did not see that happen. But again, it does not really matter because they did open up a lot of the map. In the mid side, we got Alex taking a lot of damage. He will be taken out though, Sandy getting that kill, and I think he doesn't have the ultimate anymore, so he might actually be a free kill. But
Jay!
Getting the kill on Jay, who was overcommitting to that fight and just trying. I think he actually underestimated the amount of damage that Haney could actually do. That Zacian does a lot of damage.
Yeah, and the other thing is going to be the fact that Zenny has a concussive blast onto his emblem set, so it will actually help out the Sora to actually sustain out quite much when it comes to the crowd control as well as the commitment onto the fight. So Masha still doesn't have a core items to actually just burst out the Sora yet, but it will be the commitment as well as the third turtle going around for the side of Team Megatron Esports apparently. So 3 neutral objectives for the side this time compared to the previous game. That is a hell lot of improvement. But speaking of improvement, as well as the team fight coming around from the mid side, it will be Nawsum just falling around. SATL using most of the resources just to take out the EXP linear. The Yuzhong could have been the difference maker, but he has fallen down 5 times already onto this game.
I agree with you, but even then, look at the amount of gold that's depreciating from the side of Team SAQL. They only have 1,000 gold. That's not actually very bad, but look at that, man. He gets caught off guard, 0 to getting that kill, so he still does have the mountain shocker. So I think nobody from the side of Team SAQL will commit just yet.
Mountain shocker?
So now getting taken away, he's taking aback. He's just won't use the escape. But Apex, low on HP, I don't think he's going to
Oh my god!
Slow motion attack gets the kill onto Apex, and now Anti taking a lot of damage, being forced to use the flicker, and walks away. I think he still has his fight. The Phoenix Ascent. That will also lead to Asuna getting taken down. Abhi getting taken out. No way, man.
That was like really good timing for the Fury of the Phoenix actually for Haney. He just made it out right on time, and 2 of the trades were onto Anti as well as onto Abhi. So compared to the previous game, like I've already said, it's already quite advantageous for the side of Team Megatron Esports. They are winning it out, but the thing is, the Lord will be spawning onto the next 20 seconds. The question still remains: is SATL actually be committing on to the first Lord that will be coming up? And this time, Megatron Esports, if they stick out with the discipline they are having onto this game, it's definitely going to be looking quite of an upset, to be honest. And I do hope that Megatron actually will be able to pull it off. Kakarot tries to commit in. He was trying to get out some trees onto there. The towers might have been taken down, but he is not able to do so. 0-2 just made it out quite right on time. The Lord has already been spawned, but they will still wait out for the jungler in order to just get out the neutral objective right on time.
I agree with you, but look at that. We've got, Super M actually going for a more defensive, physically defensive build. And I think right now the lower dance, they're trying to actually just bait out the enemies in a real position. Apex finally found out. But again, not everyone else is actually in the vision for the side teams like Megatron. So I don't think it's actually a valid option for them to actually engage in this lower fight. but Super M does find vision on the enemy's roll. But the Tsunami Slam completely turns it around. He's going to stay alive. The ultimate from the Alice, keeping him and Kakarot's going to be taken down. And we've got a lot of...
Haney.
Faces Zenny getting 1 kill, but Haney off position. I don't think it's actually going to be easy.
Oh!
Anti getting a kill on Haney, and now we've got Song getting that kill, dude. No chance now someone actually got a kill on Anti when he's using an Alice, but he still does get the kill.
Yeah, just for the kill onto Haney, they just traded out Anti, but still the advantage for the side of Team Megatron Esports, and they will be able to get the Lord, the first Lord for the side of Team Megatron onto this game. Actually, the first Lord onto this game, but a good trade actually for the side of Team Megatron. Once again, they got the kill onto Kakarot, and they soon committed onto the Lord, being aware of the fact that the jungler was not there for the Lord dance, and they definitely pulled up more onto the advantage for this trade. So the question is how well they are able to capitalize with the Lord. The lane syncing will be mattering, as well as the trades will be mattering as well. Jay is trying to make sure that he is able to get at least some of the minions. I think he is quite behind when it comes to the farm as well. He hasn't got any kills for his side. The Kufra was trying to commit it out, but Haney just gets his passive baited just like that. He doesn't have his passive.
I think it's actually a bad decision for Haney to actually lose the passive before the Lord contest for the tower fight. But again, they still do have that full blast, so the Lord might actually not be able to do anything against the tower. He will be taken down pretty well, but the mid lane is what's more concerning. The mid lane tier 2 is going to be taken down, and that opens up the map for the side of the Megatron Esports and whatever antics they might actually bring to the table just yet. But bot lane, we've got Fanny pushing away the tower that was in their way. I think tier 2 bot lane for the side of team SAQL is now gone, and that's going to be very crucial. Look at that.
Oh. He tries to make the play with the Mountain Joker, but that will not be it. But, oh my god, he did try to commit it out. He tried to move out the cable combination, but it will not be working out. The Mountain Shaker as well as the Reflex was right on time, and maybe they might be committing onto SATUL as well. Rest of the members will be falling off. Superrev gets the trade. He just goes in with the Tyrant's Defense. There is the fight going around, and it will be Team SATUL going one by one down, but Haney just falls off onto the process. Once again, Megatron are able to get the trade. Anti might just fall off next. 2 of the members from the side of Team SATUL are only remaining just for Haney. They will be losing out Jay as well as Abhi.
I'm still kind of confused as to what, obviously Kakarot was trying to do there, because if he wanted to take 0-2, he could have actually taken it by the time he actually had the opportunity to use that Mountain Shocker. He could have just taken 0-2 away, and that would have actually just been the end of it, but he just stood there waiting, and that kind of confused me for some reason. I didn't know what he was planning on doing, but hey, 0-2 had the opportunity to make that Mountain Shocker play. He waited, and he got the Fanny caught the moment that she actually committed to that fight, and I don't think that actually ended up very good for Kakarot.
Look at him! Oh my god, once again!
God!
This guy onto the Kufra is no joke. This guy, not only once but twice, he was able to make out the Tyrant's Revenge display, and that accuracy was immaculate, man.
Dude, that guy just jumped on a flying Fanny. There is no way to not overglaze that, but look at the amount of vision that the amount of shot has provided, allowing the side of Team Megatron to actually take the turtle forward. Without any contest from the side of Team SAQL, Alice might be committed, no, but decided to actually stay back, because they need to keep their teammates alive as much as they can for any possible fight in the future.
Yeah, and this time the second Lord once again goes out for the side of Team Megatron, but oh my god, man, aim with the play. Like, we were not actually expecting him to just catch out the Fanny, but that was a flying Fanny. It was not actually the walking Fanny as well, with that accuracy. So, man oh man, this guy is relying onto his signature pick. Once again, the Tyrant's Revenge comes up, as well as the Fury of the Phoenix, able to get the kill onto Apex. Once again, the kill falls, and it will be Team SATUL losing one of their roamers before the Lord actually comes up onto the inhibitor tower. So, it is looking more advantage for the side of Team Megatron Esports.
Oh,
He just uses the feather ray strike in order to clear out the lanes. This time Jay is able to get the kill onto Haney. They are trying to overcome it as well. And once again, it will be Anti able to get a kill onto him, but Jay falls off onto the process. There is a stun as well as the engage coming around from now. From he gets a double, but Kakarot tries to commit it out as well. Zenny will be losing his immortality. Anti is still able to sustain it out, but Yuzhong is going in for the fight. The Lord will be marching around. The family is once again back onto the scene. He will be trying to commit it out once again. He just goes back. There is another fight coming around. Zenny on the low HP. He just goes back, but it will be a shutdown for Anti. He is able to get a kill. And the Lord will be marching from the bot side. One inhibitor only getting taken down. This time, Team Megatron Esports will be having more of a disadvantage, to be honest.
Look, man, I think Megatron Esports does have the advantage. They still do have the opening to get maybe Benny if Super him actually just makes an amazing plays like that. He is going to definitely be a very deciding factor for this game, but a very important deciding factor for this game. But again, I think decided to hit you well, really heavily rely on that Leia to get maybe 1 or 2 kills, but he's not able to find
Tsunami Slam?
He's going to keep the Tsunami Slam to make sure the enemy's tank is not going to actually engage just yet, but Jay does not find an opening to get the backline, so he's going to go back. I think it's not a good position to open him into a fight now. I think it's a good position to walk away, and I think decided Team Megatron Esports really understand that already. Flicker being forced out was very important, but the flicker from the Kufra catches 3 people, but the Tyrant's Revenge does not actually have anyone to follow up with, and we've got 1, 2 people getting taken down from Megatron Esports for no loss whatsoever from the side of the
Yeah, it was actually the overcommitment coming around from the side of Team Megatron Esports, which is actually costing them onto the opposite. It's the trade, it is going out for the opposite side. It was supposed to find more advantage for the side of Team Megatron, but it's backfiring onto them. So overcommitment, if you're not able to get out the trades, then overcommitment will just be making sure you will be costing your own teammates onto that. Apex was trying to make the play. Haney just uses out the flick just to get out in order to save his passive. But this time, I think SATL will be the ones trying to commit out for the Lord. 0-2 is no way around to actually be contest onto the Lord. Maybe some buying time would be helping it out. The Fury of the Phoenix will be coming up. Kakarot gets shut down, but still, Abhi will be the one able to get the Lord for the side of Team SATL. Zenny will be falling off onto the process as well. Now, so is able to get the monster. Actually, the Yuzhong is onto a rampage. This time he is able to find the trees for the side of Team Megatron, but it will be the neutral objective going around for the side of Team SATL. The Lord will be marching around, or maybe they will be trying to commit it out. The Feather Ray Strike once again being used out in order to clear out those lanes, and they will be trying to dive it out once again. Anti just tries to dive it, but look, Jay diving onto the backline, getting the killing spree onto Haney just when the passive is around. He is able to get the farm, and Megatron Esports are just forced to go back. Anti was trying to make the play with his ultimate, but they will not be overcommitting. Once again, the Mountain Shaker just comes up. We are not trying to just go in. The Black Dragon form just comes out, and he is able to break it back. Finally, after a long enhanced team fight coming up from both of the sides.
I kind of see the possibility of SATL turning this around, but again, it's not going to be with this Lord of the Loose. But the side really make a beautiful Tsunami Slam play. I'll be getting a kill on the enemy's Hyper. 0-2 out of the picture, but the immortality also being taken out. Jay gets shut down though. It's not going to be that enough. We've got 3%, but 2 immortalities. We've got Super M getting taken down too. Alice once more. I don't think it's a good idea though. Nobody from the side of the team SATL already. But as long as trying to actually put some pressure onto Alice, obviously, and he's still able to tank all that damage and still walk around. The ultimate from the Alice, the Zenny's ultimate. Now we've got play, but the Tsunami catches him. Of course, it's a flicker out. Both of the flickers have been used up. I don't think it's actually a good idea. Zenny gets a kill on Apex, but the Lord now knocks onto the enemy's Megatron Esports' base. No pressure from the side of Team SATL anymore because obviously they've decided to walk back, make sure they don't actually make any more missteps. They've lost one person, Apex obviously. But it doesn't really matter now because they did end up closing the gap and now they have equal amounts of fun. That's crazy, dude.
Of course. And three of the members for the side of Team Megatron has actually got the immortality this time. So they will be trying to make those immortality as well as the item swap plays, hopefully, if potential team fight comes around. But Jay has already gotten the full build onto his side, so the Masha's burst will definitely be quite high compared to the previous phases of the game. And Kakarot, even though the KDA doesn't look quite good onto the tables, like onto the paper at least, but still the Fanny is still able to find the advantages onto the trade. But still, 0-2 is the one who is having more of an advantage when it comes to the 1v1 kind of a situation. This Lord is going to be the evolved Lord Crucifix, and this time, both of the teams, whichever team gets it, I think they will be getting the game this time. Oh, there you go.
Okay, listen to this then. The Witchcraft has been used by Zanny, obviously, but Yuzong has now committed with that big black dragon form. He's not going to be able to fight just yet once this guy decides to go back. He won't have that additional amount of HP, if at all, he decides to go into any other fight now. So the side of Team SAQL really have an opening to take down the Lord. Jay obviously notices this, tries to commit fully to that Lord, but Alice making sure his team is going to be safe. Arsa taking down the minions so that the minions won't cost the mid lane and get more vision. Good position on their part. The 50% is now here, but the ultimate from the okay, Sora does not connect onto any of the heroes that actually need to matter. But well, the ultimate is an ultimate. He does use it. He does get escape, but the Tsunami Slam keeping Jenny wearing his shoes. But again, that fight is going to extend even more. Alice going to the enemy's back line.
Jay?
Low in HP. Jay is going to be taken down by Super Fan. We've got more of a fight coming up. Tsunami Slam is not available, but that jump and the Lord is now still marching in. But Nelson not going to be alive to see the light of day, because this Lord is going to be very, very, very dangerous, dude. This is an evolved Lord, like you mentioned. Fanny now has the opportunity to jump in and do any play that he wants, because obviously Nelson is not there with Feather Fly. But again, we've got the Feather Airstrike doing a lot of damage, but no overcommitting from both sides.
Good defense actually from the side of Team Megatron, considering this was an evolved Lord and the possibility of the defense was quite low, but still they were able to pull it off regardless of the fact they didn't have the towers for their side. It's only the pistol remaining, and SATUL as well, they are kind of onto the same scenario, but a crucial shutdown onto Naosim actually. And the Yuzhong gave out a lot of gold onto the shutdown as well, but the gold difference, it's already onto the late game, so it's not going to be mattering quite much. But still, getting a shutdown onto the Yuzhong that was onto a rampage already will be giving out quite of an opening for the side of Team SATUL. And hopefully, if both of the teams they decided to just commit it out, I think if it would be actually better if they get out some of the trades and actually commit it out onto their full potential, because Kakarot as well, he is just recalling it out, and I think he will be requiring the blue buff and he will be able to get it out quite easily, but he is actually denying it, and I think he's waiting for the perfect timing to actually just get it out, but maybe not. But Apex is making sure he is getting quite of the vision, but there is the commitment and maybe just not the Tsunami Slam quite yet. The members from the side of Team SATUL still not there to actually commit out onto the fight. Oh, there you go.
We've got another fight, but I don't think anybody's actually going to commit. We've got a little bit of a disengage from the side of Team Megatron Esports, even though they actually were the ones who committed it. Again, Alice trying to zone out the enemies, but if anyone was confused as to why, Kakarot was actually doing what he was doing, just standing there and not taking the buff, it was to delay it so that he has the buff available on him when the turtle fight. Why do I keep calling it a turtle? It's the Lord. When the Lord is available, and for any possible fights in the future after the Lord's been taken down. So I think that's actually a good decision from his part, because obviously the buff lasts for 1 minute 30 seconds, and it does have a 2-minute respawn time. So it's a good decision on his end. Again, with the Lord is not being committed just yet. I believe that Fanny not being there is the biggest sign for that. Jay also trying to play it a little cool. He's not actually just forcing his way onto Date and doing a lot of damage to the Lord, but we know what the side of Team Megatron Esports are we're actually going to. But the side of Team SAUL don't know where their positioning is and everything, so they're actually scouting it out. Jay doing a lot of damage. But again, Super M connects and catches two people, but Jay forced to use the flicker to escape. Fanny through the broken walls, he's able to catch two people, and he's doing a lot of damage to Zenny too, but he's low on HP. I don't think he's taking down Alice though. He's not.
Look at me! Look at me! Oh no!
No way!
Oh my god!
Did he just sell all of his items?
Oh no!
No way! I want to see what Abib was actually building, because that guy was having so much attack speed that was actually crazy. Wait, no way! There is no way Farsa can attack so fast. Did he just sell all of his items?
Windtalker, of course! That was the Windtalker.
Obviously! Ain't no way, dude. This is the first time in history you're seeing a Farsa with a Windtalker, and Abi Asuna is the one who's gonna make it a thing, dude. Crazy! I did not expect that.
Oh my god, this guy, like previously as well, he was the MVP on the Eve, and this time onto the Farsa with a Windtalker, of course. So guys, if you are watching the stream, I think you did learn out something, and that is map awareness is very important, and this is the reason why map awareness is important. Winter Crown play, not even a Winter Crown actually, that was a Windtalker play, the Farsa doing the push instead of the Masha, of course, and Masha was doing out the burst. But man, insane, what do you call it, insane game sense coming around from the mid laner of Team SATL, something we didn't actually expect out to come out. But man, oh man, what a performance from both of the sides onto the second game.
Man, I always wanted to make this joke, but C3 not C3 Meraki, Megatron Esports, I'm sorry to say this, man, but a bird pooped on you, man. No cap, that is actually very sad to see. A Farsa hero that you don't expect. You expect that hero to hide in a bush and wait for his team, but no, dude. Abi took the game into his own hands. He traded that. You know, I think he had a Windtalker. No, I think he had a Wind of Nature. No. Nature. What's that item called, dude? Winter Crown before he sold it and got the Windtalker and then ended up just pushing the game. That's crazy, bro.
Absolutely insane, man. Like, we do see Abhi as well as Asuna, also known as Asuna, onto the tournament scene of India. He has been quite consistent onto it, and he was like part of one of the strongest team formerly known as Team ABM, and he was a mid laner onto that as well. So he has played around for other teams too, and he has he has actually 2 LAN wins onto his name. But looking at the draft stats, the rich guy is definitely going to be 0-2 compared to Kakarot. His farm difference as well as, let's say, the 1v1 kind of a scenario was also higher onto the side, but the carry as well as the sandbag will be going out for Anti with the Alice, the commitments he were making. But Super M, man, with the Kufra, able to get the flying Fanny, just caught him out, use him out onto the Titans events and get the kill onto him. To be honest, that was a commendable kind of a performance coming around from the side of Team Megatron Esports as well. But unfortunately, it was not still enough to actually end the game and get a win for their side. So a 2-0 sweep will be there for the side of Team SATL. But compared to the previous game, great improvement, man. And I do hope I see more of Team Megatron Esports onto the near future too. And Crucifix, any more thoughts onto this match as well as onto the series?
I'm in tears, bro, after seeing that. I did not expect Farsa to actually push towers like an Argus, but I'm proud of him.
Yeah, of course. Crucifix as well as Amita, we are flabbergasted with the play, and we will be seeing more of this plays coming around onto the next stages as well. Like we have already mentioned, the top 2 teams will be going around onto the land, onto Kolkata, and this is one of the biggest prize pool tournaments ever hosted onto the Moba 5v5 scene. It is 1.5 million. So I do hope we will be seeing more of it. We will be back with a short break with another best of 3 series coming around. Till then, Nitami and Crucifix will be signing off. See you soon.
Hello and good evening. I mean, it's almost a good night, but welcome to the RNG Cup. And this is the round of top 8 in the Rise Star track. Tonight, we've had all the games so far from the Gyan track, but now this is finally a game from the Rise Star track. And this will be me, Sarah, alongside the very pretty, the very beautiful Debbie. And we will bring to you Dakusena versus Karmis.
Yep, this is a very exciting match that I was actually looking forward to, Sarah. And it's a best of 3 series, so it's going to be amazing how the first draft is going to be looking like. And talking about the drafts, we are already heading directly into the Kermis versus Dakusena. And to the first game, look at the bands though. Basha, Kalea, and the Yisuzu, they already take it away. So it just means that they wanted the Freya, but Dakusena, I think they are so ready for the Freya that they did not bother banning it, because look at the first pick though, Esmeralda.
That's like a very classic DS pick ever since Mythic Showdown, right? And we'll be seeing the first pick all over again, and they are also going in with the Grok, so that is going to be a pretty decent setup potential that they're gonna have. And now that's gonna be a Badang from the side.
Oh.
So technically they're giving 3 shield heroes to the Esmeralda, right?
True. I think I don't like the Badang, man. I've got to be honest. Even with the Grog, there's also still a chance that they could have gone for the Khalid, which could have been a very, very good combination with the Eve as well. Yeah, the clearance is definitely going to be out there too. But they give another seal into the hands of the Esmeralda. I mean, still, the Esmeralda is going to be a flex, right? But it's going to be dependent on what the jungle is going to be potentially. But look at that. The Suyo, they wanted to go for the Suyo very early on. I like a Suyo. You know, this is a meta where the Suyo comes in because of the damage and the CD that he received also, and I would prefer it over the Lancelot as well. But this is a very solid combination already for DS, and I don't understand why Kermis had the Badang, but we can find it out later on. But let's see how they will be able to maneuver around it, because Joy banned very, very no-brainer from Dakusena.
Obviously, the Joy is one of the very potent counters from Suryo altogether, and since they have already locked in onto their jungler, they will try to reduce the amount of enemy junglers, which is again going to be the Leomord. We see the Kadita ban incoming, most probably we'll see a Forza ban up next. Oh no, but it's going to be the Kimi. So technically, Peekaboo is going to have the Forza as well as the Selena quite open in this draft for him to pick up. Funny Valentine, meanwhile, he needs to think this through a bit, because there's a Freya out the goal lane and he could lock in on a CC to counter that for the goal lane himself. But no, they are going to play their comforts. So it is going to be the Harriet into the hands of Funny Valentine going into the goal lane against a Freya. And as for the last 2 picks of Carmen's, Debbie, what do you think they can do here?
I think this is going to be a little bit harder here, because now Trio is already taken. They kind of need another magic also, but then again they ban out the Yi Shunxin, which have been very, very good for them too. Yeah, talking about another magic damage they wanna make up with the Alice, I would have preferred if it was more into the jungle, but I think Dakusena read this quite well, that they have to ban away that hero, the Joy. Now, I think, you know, if they can play the Fanny, I would like a Fanny here, especially against the Harris, because that's going to be a direct counter for it, right? But now I think about it, okay, they want to go for the Nolan against a Harris. I mean, not a big fan, but I'm pretty sure the Nolan early game, if it is good, he'll be able to burst out the backlines that easy.
That is the entire point. I mean, the Nolan here is actually pretty good against the Harriet, even the Suyo, because you can go in for an ambush kind of gameplay and just burst the people down and come away. But who are we kidding? It's DS and it's Peekaboo. Of course they lock in onto the dead of all other things. And there's also no knockups coming in from the sides of Carmen, so that is a flex in their faces, my goodness. But technically, the drafts, textbook-wise, Carmen has it down better, but DS, they've got it down better.
I mean, there's at least already, there's a Badang that can literally cancel you with the Odette. I mean, we are focusing on the Odette here. And of course, the knockout from the Freya. So those are the 2 things that they have actually been, I mean, gonna be focusing on that way. But I think this time around, the early stages of the game has to be for Karmis. They need to have that good winning lane. But the problem about the Odette is that when that blue Nova hits, right, because of those passive that she have, it's gonna be very, very annoying to deal with her into the early stages of the game, especially into the laning phase. But I'm pretty sure that Eve does really have a very better time again. But when we talk about Eve here, there's a lot of dive, man. This is gonna be hide and boost onto the Esmeralda. Is always gonna be jumping on the Eve as well, and of course Jazz onto the Grot. They're gonna be trying to cancel out all the time. So team fight wise, I'm pretty sure Dakusena have it into the bag. But then again, Karmis, they wanna stay long onto those fights. They wanna go in and out, come back and start those fights and create war. And I think if they have elongated team fights right there, it could have been better for Karmis rather than for Dakusena here.
That's exactly what. And in terms of sustain, Karmis have got it down in the bag, but the only problem is they are lacking some range. Except for the Freya with the ultimate form, which has a major 30 to 40 seconds, even in the late game, and the Eve, we are going to be seeing some issues. But with that, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the land of Dawn. This is Karmis versus Dakusena, a best of 3, and this is going to be the first game where both teams start off at their respective buffs, aiming for a gold lane rotation at the first move.
Yeah, looking at the emblem so far, nothing too out of the ordinary, but 3 impure raises from the side of Dakusena, and of course we are going to be new to Odette just a little bit, and I'm pretty sure impure rates could have been for Odette, but this time around I think Peekaboo has a mind of his own. It's a Warcry Odette, so he wanna have the he wanna activate out onto the skills as early as possible when he goes for the ult, because of course Odette is a hero that usually is an all-in type. When you go in and flick in with the ultimate, you do not really want to back away. But look at this, a bit of a poke and then to the mid side, but interesting enough, Ram is actually poking better than Peekaboo here. Of course, this is what we were focusing on when we know the Eve here, but early game still, I think Karmis have hold it in.
The early game wise, definitely Karmis have got it a bit of that advantage, especially from the Nolan, the Freya, and the Eve, and the constant hope that's gonna come along. The only hope, not hope, but like the scaling factor which Dakusena has is the Harriet and the Odette getting their power spikes from Blow on the Genius. A bit of a danger here.
Okay.
Nolan tries to go in with the shards, but he will have to run off as well. That's going to be one flicker being used up by Nintek as well as Peekaboo, but now the engage is onto Iron Bush. He's going to have to run a bit with a Starfall, but he is going to make it out alive. It's an Esmeralda after all.
And the fact that he was able to get out the level 4 faster than Pokey is also definitely going to be coming in handy when they started to go for the turtle, but look at that.
Yep, that's gonna beat Swan Dance from coming in from Odette and instant first blood onto the Freya. The turtle has been started up though. Iron Bush is there for zone up along as RWM comes in, and Cody is gonna win out the retribution. Suyo gets zoned, Jazz gets taken down while Rem is being chased down by High on Bush. But here Ninta is chasing away Peekaboo as well. So technically both the teams got an even trade, but Karmis managed to maintain the lead by taking down that turtle.
Yeah, that turtle is gonna be very, very handy for them right now, because Pokey needed that level equalization against Hide and Boost. You don't want to be a level behind against an Esmeralda. You want to meet up to all the expectations here, try to reach up to the rotation wise as well too. But the one thing I would like to mention is that the perfect ultimate coming through from Rem onto that turtle fight was kind of saving Cody from getting taken down, and him able to win out onto that retribution is definitely going to be the cherry on top there. So it's going to be very important. But mid lane?
Yep, again we're gonna see the Odette using up the ultimate, and she actually doesn't get taken down for so long, and only the Void Blast coming in from Rem was there to take her down. So technically that's a win-win situation for DS here. Gold lead still minorly into the hands of Karmis. But in terms of kills and engages, I think Dakusena is winning this one, at least for now.
Yeah, for now they are going to be winning out, and okay, this is going to be actually a winning lane for Even as well. We've never seen the Harriets going 1v1 against a Freya, because of course you want to focus on trying to get clear out the minions and get the goal getting on and go to the later part of the game. You don't want to solo that fighter right there. This is disgustingly good enough. But here, this time around, I think they want to focus a little bit onto the Freya as well, but they have to be very, very careful. They need a good chain of crowd control mid lane.
Yep, that's gonna be an instant burst down on Jazz with the RWM as well as Cody using up his ultimate. So not the best of signs for Dakusena to lose their roamer. Currently won that 2 twice already. 2 out of 3 times he's the one who's falling prey. So technically he needs to play it out a little bit safer and show himself a little less on the map. But otherwise, so far, getting pressured. Alice will be using up the ultimate. Still managing to stay alive, but that's 4 people onto him. Poki will be taken out by Suyo comes in. There's Peekaboo with the ultimate. We'll find Rem in the middle of it from the passive. Inta is going to be taken down pretty low as well. He's trying to mark down Peekaboo, but Peekaboo has enough HP to stay alive, and Nintai will fall prey before the turtle. Cody is trying to steal it away from the hands of Dakusena, but can they secure the retribution is the question, because Adam Bush is there zoning Cody away. He's still trying to sneak in. Yin is gonna try and help. They're gonna play merry-go-round, but look at that! Cody steals it away. Silver, what is this? But hello. Yin is gonna chase them down, but he is deciding to back off.
Oh my goodness, it could have been very, very bad for the side of Kermis right there, but Cody, there was a good maneuver right there between the walls. And yeah, that Grog wall too. But amazingly well done. Peekaboo though will be taken down to the mid side. Hyden Burst trying to change out onto the lane here, trying to go against the Freya as well. But this should be them trying to give out a little bit of a goal onto the hands of Funny Valentine, because they're pretty sure depending onto the Harris for the later part of the game. But man, that turtle steal is gonna be doing wonders for the side of Kermis right now. And the fact that Ram is still doing very, very well, even though he got killed 1 time, is definitely gonna be enough. Top lane though, Hyden Boost.
He's getting pressured quite a lot, and the Freya has the potential to burst him down with the Corrosion Skin and the War Axe building up right away. So Karma is definitely maintaining that 1000 gold lead into their hands, and Inkai definitely providing a lot of space for Rem and Poki as well as Cody to burst people down. Karma is currently here. They are winning out in the engages, and there's going to be a funny charge and a flicker comes in. Rem gets bursted down instantly by Peekaboo, but now Peekaboo is the one in danger. He does not have his flicker. He's gonna get taken down. Cody finds Benedetta meanwhile, and Poki is gonna get Jazz. So a 2-for-1 trade in favor of Karmis.
Oh man, I feel like Cody is such a sneaky little guy there. He has been able to get in and out with the very weak position, trying to get kills, trying to get those turtles, and he gets out with low HP perfectly fine. And I think this might become in handy, because this time around he got 2 kills already in the turtle too. That means that it's going to be a little bit ahead onto the XP level against Silva, which is a Suya, by the way. And of course you want to be ahead onto the Suya, but the Nolan can do pretty well even if he's behind onto the goal. But then again, he's been able to find some good engages, and that kind of become so good for them right now. But looks like they want to focus onto the mid lane here.
Is gonna get bursted down, and yep, that's gonna be an instant burst from the immobilized coming in from the dead second. Cody, of course. Oh no, this time Silver is gonna redeem himself by stealing away the turtle at the last moment. Funny Valentine currently winning a lane quite a bit against the Yin, but as I begin to say that, he gets taken down under his team. Good job, Yen.
Maybe
into the mid lane. Wow, that's a solo kill if I'm not wrong.
Yeah. I think this is the problem with the Odette here. I think Ram had so many chances to survive, because when he have the flickers, he is able to walk away. But then the passive coming through from this Odette, Peekaboo, he's been able to find those kills just because of that. And I think this is the reason why Odette has been a very, very annoying whatever games that he's been able to play around with. But this time, Poki.
Look at the damn burst. That's gonna be an Alice.
Wow.
Flickering out, and there's gonna be a tech charge, completely nullifying Badang's setup. So we're getting killing spree onto Nintai, and yet it's getting the double with Poki. I don't know why Poki just came back into that fight even after being so low. That's a miscalculation on their part. To try and mark them down. RWM locks 4 of them in. Adam Bush, he's just gonna zone people away as Funny Valentine and Peekaboo will go back to save themselves, because they are pretty low. The Feather of Heaven is in, so technically the power spike should be coming up.
Odi?
Yep.
Okay, that's gonna be the last hit for the funny Valentine. I think that is the power of the Feather of Heaven that he's able to take. But still, the goal lead is into the hands of Even here, because that's definitely gonna be the mid lane though.
Yeah, that's the kind of burst that Dodet can't take for himself. And that's gonna be taken down very low. Adam was trying to chase them down. He missed the kill under the tier 1, but here again is gonna be in a bit of danger. Funny Valorant trying to deal out some damage. And Toki is sustaining so much right now. They're gonna need a hell lot of anti-heal to take this guy down. He backs off with his first kill, but now the Lord is wide open. It's gonna be a 4v4 until Peekaboo and Nintai come back online.
I think the fact that Kermis had a good goal lead into their hands, but still Dakusen are still able to find some way through all those walls and all those goals that they have created for themselves. And now I think one mistake from Pokey onto the zone of ruin and them deciding to engage without the presence of Rem or the RWM has been costing them quite a lot. And this time we can see that even if they were trying to go for the engages, they have been Dakusena has been able to re-engage, and that kind of make them lose out onto those team fights, even though they can sustain quite a lot. And I think they shouldn't have been in this position with the goal lead that they have created for themselves into the early stages of the game. But one blunder is all it takes for Dakusena to punish them very well. And now the lore is what they want to focus on, but they need to take at least one down, have a good fight there if they want to secure this slot freely.
To protect Funny Valentine from Yen, because that guy has been on Funny Valentine for the entire duration of the game. And the best advantage for Dakusena here is the fact that Karmis, they do not have any purifies. And one setup from Jazz should be enough for a proper wipeout, because Odette has the damage, Suyo has the damage, and also Harangbush can be zoning away Rem as well as Cody onto the backline if he manages to reach so far. So it's just going to be a game of patience here as to who makes the first mistakes, because Rem is getting his damage out. That's gonna be a flicker in from Nintai, but too deep. That's gonna be too aggressive. He wanted to catch Peekaboo, but he went back instinctively, and that's going to be a mistake from the hand of Carlos.
Ah man, but the fact that it's still good, never mind.
Yep, it's gonna be an unstoppable for Silver, definitely redeeming himself. Peekaboo flickers out from the ranges of the Nolan. Yendo goes far too deep to catch Peekaboo, and now he's caught in the middle of 3 people. Caught out definitely so deep, and Funny Valentine will definitely be dealing some damage now. He has got his items. Cody jumps in, but will get taken down by Silver, the prodigy that Kusena recruited this season. And now, with the jungler dead, DS have full access to the Lord.
Full access indeed, and I could have been so much better if Rem was a little bit careful on his positioning there, because he could have avoided getting caught there, and they could have just traded out the life of Nintai because of the misplay that he was making, and just try to hold it down a little bit further, because Dakusena, they won't try to go directly onto the Lord just because Nintai was gone, because they also do need to focus on Pokey as well, who is onto the allies. But this time around, I think they are gonna be so much into the back foot here, even though they have a lot of items already. There's more items on the side of Dakusena here. Malefic gun, Malefic roar, I mean, onto the hands of Suyo, which means he's already getting a lot of damage. He's on the monster kill here. 6 kills already for this guy. He's able to get a little bit of defense as well, so I don't think it's going to be dying anytime soon. And talking about being dead, I don't think Heightened Boost is going to be dead anymore, man, because he's going to be able to have those defensive items, and whenever he gets spins on, he's going to be able to get all those seals, and we will see how he can solo out them. But top lane,
he was trying to take down turret, took some damage in the meanwhile, but he is going to be alive pretty soon. Oh no, look at Cody, man. He's gonna flicker. Oh no. It's not a flicker, that's a dash. But hello, there's Funny Valentine for you. Hadawood gets killed to Rim onto the backside. He's now soloing 2 people. Suyo gets godlike onto Nintai, and Yen are the only ones surviving. Not for long though. Nintai gets taken down. The Lord is still at half HP. They should be able to find the inhibitors. It's past the 12-minute mark. There are no heavenly blessings. They might even be able to find the base if they play these cards right. But Silver here, outplay he just did, absolutely insane from this guy, and now the minions are going to be charging in from all directions. Turret damage is going to take Silver's life, but can DS end this right here and right now is the question. They have 2 people to defend. The minions are going to be coming in from all different lanes, but yeah, they're just going to back off safely.
Base is the only one standing here right now for the side of Kermis here, and I think the next slot could be a possible end for them. And if they can find a good set for Jazz here, I think look at that.
Yeah, that's gonna be a mega kill for Funny Valentine, but Madang gets a decent setup. Alice is gonna sustain quite a lot. Yen tries to go in, they're gonna try and mark down Funny Valentine. There's gonna be Yen onto him, but now Cody is getting marked down by Hiron Bush. It's gonna be falling someone onto him. Look at the monster kill right out of the base, but Funny Valentine will get taken down by Alice as well as Freya, marking him down every single way, every single moment of that team fight, and he needs to play it safer. The team needs to protect him if they want to end this game. They do not want to drag this game with that kind of sustain in front of them.
This is exactly what I was talking about when I said Highland Boost he has got his items and he's already gonna be onto the backline, and he is on sprint too. And when they're focusing too much on Peekaboo here or even Funny Valentine, they completely forgotten that the Esmeralda still exists, that he can literally solo out them, because this time around they have a lot of steel and he's gonna be feeding onto the steel. He might be onto the chase though.
Yep, that's gonna be Alice and Yen chasing him down every single way. But Rem's anti-heal potential, and if we take a look at the items which we did just a while ago, I think he has the Lightning Truncheon too. So Rem is actually dealing quite a lot of damage to even the Esmeralda, and I think he needs the Radiant Armor pretty soon. But there's the chase onto Rem. He's gonna be getting zoned so far away from the fight. Silver is gonna secure the Lord, and that's gonna be Alice as well as Odette trying to mark people down. Funny Valentine has to run away, but Peekaboo is gonna get a double kill, and that's gonna be my hand-on boost right at the base, getting the godlike onto Rem. DS is gonna chase people down. Entire has been taken pretty low. That's gonna be the Blade Surge coming in from Suyo. Kill secured by Esmeralda. Cody has to run. There's no escapes right here. He's almost dying to the minions. However, the base is open for Dakusena to secure in game number 1.
It's absolutely amazing to see that. It's actually the Esmeralda who turned the tide around, because of course into the early stage of the game he is not going to be as useful as Pokey was because of the crowd control that he has there. But when he get these items in, he's going to be getting out all of those joining potential. But we got to be having a different part of MVP here today. It's going to be Silva, like you said, the prodigy for Dakusena here is going to be getting the MVP, man. He's got a good carry on his shoulders as well. I think he did not die, right? Wait, he died to a turret too. That was a good shutdown there. But hey, he's got a full damage onto his hands, the BOD already for the Suyo. This is what I like about the Suyo, right? He can go from being dead for a long time, but when he gets the damages on, he don't even need defense item. He can go for the full damage, and that is definitely going to be enough for a Suyo for how much mobile this hero is. And I think Silver understand what he was supposed to do there, and he delivered it so well.
Exactly. So, and like he targeted his his aiming and the target precision was very accurate. Even the decision making, I would say, because usually Suyo users, they just dive in so well and then get caught in the RWM and the Badang combo. But this guy, he positioned himself so well and only went in when he knew that he had his escape dashes onto himself.
Yeah.
The team names are a little bit switched, but that's okay because we know that, Dakusena has won out on the first game. Funny Valentine got marked very hard in this game, and the next one, DS needs to be careful because they're going to have a server disadvantage, and they do not want their goal laner, the main damage dealer, to get marked down so much.
I think that was. I think Kermis have a good targeting here, because honestly speaking, it's like the Harriet can be a problem to the later part of the game, and I think into the early stages, even onto the Freya did hold on pretty well into the lane because he also had a better goal in comparison to Funny Valentine. But like you said, they don't really have their range that well. They can join them away like Highland Boost has been onto the backsides of Kermis most of the time. And Cody, even though with his accuracy onto the retribution, I don't think he was able to find out the right kills because he's he is mainly used as a macro factor, or most of the time when he tried to go for the ambushes, the team's already dead, and I don't think Nolan can do anything out there at this point also. But hey, let's see onto the mid lane. I'm really surprised to see that they Odette onto the support emblems, dishing out a lot of damage too with the war cry as well, and he's always had the focus of Karmis onto him most of the time. And yeah, that kind of create a lot of space for the backlines to be taken down again and again. So I think it's just a chaotic style that Dakusena bring out, and Kermis, they got played very easily into those team fights that they have been taking.
I mean, in no world did Carmen's probably expect the Odette pick to come up as
me neither.
Literally, as the fifth pick. Like, I would understand a Kalia Tigreal with the Odette, a Carmilla with the Odette, or like something which DS plays, but this was a pure Grok with the Odette as the fifth pick. So that's gonna be one of the very interesting drafts which DS have shown us, and this is gonna be the second game and we are already into the draft. I think in the previous game, the Esmeralda was one of the key factors. I'm not being biased, but it's just the facts that he zoned out Rem so much that technically the only range damage dealer from the side of Karmis was completely zoned out of the team fights.
And worst of all, it was a first pick Esmeralda, right? And they could have done better because I think they did give out a lot of seal into their hands. So yeah, Dakusena, they have their cards very straight up from the beginning. Of course, Kermis did really well, but yeah, they did decide to have a big blunder onto the mid game, and that kind of costed the game as well, I would like to say that. But hey, they have to stick with the same bands here. Gatot ban, Fredrin also gone, and the Yuzong as well. So Kalea for Kalea, Juicy for Kermis. This is a very must ban for a red side. So they can basically take away all those heroes and try to focus on what they wanna get. Even this is a very crazy meta where the Sora is such a red side pick, not the first pick anymore.
That's exactly what, because if you pick the Sora, you are giving away the Valentina.
Yeah,
but
that's why.
I mean, it's a very 50-50 pick. Like, if you can set up and if you can take down the backliners with Sora, then you're a very good Sora user. But if you rely on the setups more and want your team to deal majority of the damage with your sword setup, but then that's being called not a good Sora user. That's the kind of 50-50 double-edged things that happens with Zero. But here, we can see Silver picking up on the YSS as the first pick, and Karmis is gonna stick to their Freya and Yeep combo for their second pick, which is actually pretty good, because this time around, I do not think they will be facing any server issues since it's gonna be Bengal's server. So Dakusena definitely needs to find a way to counter those two picks, and I think the Esmeralda is a pretty given choice.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure they can play the Esmeralda here again. I don't know why. I mean, Sarah, it's like, it's not a leak or something, but for Dakusena, I've always had this idea where the opponents should always ban the Esmeralda, but I've never seen the Esmeralda ban against Dakusena since they have become Dakusena, of course.
I think this team, there was this one or two teams who did ban out Esmeralda.
It's like, it's kind of annoying at this point because you want to remove that hero. He does well on that hero, you got to remove it. And of course, you have like two seals. You want two seals onto your side. If you have a seal, the Yeep have been dependent on seals for a long time. And of course, you want to ban out the Esmeralda. But hey, they have to let it go. But they do have the Leo mod this time around. So this is going to be a big combination that can come through from the side of Kermis here. Yeep and the Leo combination that they want right there. A good damage sources since the start of the game. But then again, they have to handle the Hilda too. So they need some peeling into the room.
Exactly so. The only problem is going to be for Silver this time, because he is going to have a little bit of ping issues on that YSS. YSS is a very MS dependent hero, and then Cody loves to play the invade draft with his Leo mod, and if they go in for that kind of invasive comp and Silver gets pressured, then we have usually seen him fall off in terms of performance in those situations where he isn't able to keep up with the farm. So we'll have to see how this one goes, and DS really needs to plan this through, because this game they need to protect both Silver and Funny Valentine.
Yeah, they are The fact that they can still go for a fighter gold lane here just because they have a Yi Xunshin is definitely gonna be good enough for them. But okay, they ban out the Elise here, so they can also possibly go for a Claude into the gold lane, which is definitely gonna be good here. But wow, they wanna go for the CC for Kermis into the XP side. I've never been a fan of a CC in the XP lane, but if it is a good laning phase for her, it definitely can become handy because of course he does deal a lot of damage too. But Quay carry against the Neve, so they need a setup here.
Yep, they need the setup very badly, and the problem is they took 2 marksmen onto their jungle and gold both of which are very scaling heroes. And then there's a CC against you and a Freya against you and a Leomord and Eve jumping you all the time. So now if Nintai decides to pick up on something like maybe his Cho, maybe his Badang, even the Esmeralda will not be able to protect that Yisun and carry all together.
Oh.
I'm
Okay.
not telling him anything just because of the fact that it's his birthday, but this guy, the Odette obsession he has is crazy.
I think it has something to do with the new skin, it's a Valentine skin anyway, and he wanna, show off or something like that. But hey, I'm not complaining because if it works, don't fix it, man. And look at the last pick of intro for Kermis, it's definitely gonna be the Thai Grail, but I don't see combination. But hey, it's definitely gonna be a good one here right now because of course it can be a good counter as self-peeling hero too if the Hilda becomes a haywire, and of course you want to protect onto the backline as well. And Kermis though, this time around they are also still depending on how Rem is going to be setting up for them. I don't say the implosion is not important, I'm just saying that the RWM is where the fight is going to be taking. So I love this draft, but it's the execution part that they have to be very careful on, because at that first game I think they were a little unorganized. If they were always playing inside the RWM together with Pokey, they would have always been winning onto those team fights most of the time because they can last longer into the team fights and they have a good source of damage as well. But hey, they are going to be going for a similar kind of combination here. I'm pretty sure they will pull this off this time around because now they have a Leomord with a good clearance into the early stages of the game.
And honestly speaking, I would have loved to purify onto that Odette, but you know what?
Nah.
He does him. We are nobody to say anything. But for the side of DS, they have a very, very scaly draft, and they need to play it so safe in the early game because they have to face a Leomord, an RWM, a Freya, and a CC, all of which have insane early game potential. Especially the Leomord and the Eve combination, along with the Implosion, they've got to play it very safe with the Turtle. I would even say skip the first turtle because you are not going to have enough zone or scaling to, play it safe against an Ocean and a Phantom Steed plus an RWM altogether. Yisun will be so caught out into that fight.
The thing is, Leomord is always gonna be a snowballer hero as well as for the Yi Xunshin, but let's see how it goes though. Game number 2, let's head into Dakusena versus Kermis. Ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be Dakusena with 1 match already, 1 point already. This is going to be the decider. Will they be equalizing or not? We have to find out. But quick check out to the emblem is going to be a Master Assassin for the Hilda. He want to get some bongs on the X's right here, and I'm pretty sure Rem is going to be the victim for that Hilda.
It's always either the mage or the goalie. Oh, look at the first mid lane. The Tigreal getting poked out so much by an Odette. Now that's interesting to say, but yep, it's gonna be a retribution. But Bush, you need to run. Yep, he's gonna run. That's the early game damage I was telling you about. That Leomord is just insane with damage he has just from his first skill. So technically, all the members of Dakusena need to play it very safe here. While Kermis, they can just wait for a little bit of a stun or setup from Nintai, and then Cody and Ren can just jump all in onto them and expend their skills and get a kill and get up.
Yeah, that should have been the game plan for them here, but you know what? The first turtle is definitely going to be important for both sides here. Of course, they can let it go for the side of Dakusena, but Kermis they shouldn't risk letting that go, because when we talked about the Leomon, you want to talk about the level lead, the snowball that he's always supposed to be on, because when you have a level lead and a turtle, that's definitely going to be one of the major issue for them. But look at that though, Hidden Bush.
Oh, he's definitely looking for a way to engage, but Phantom Steed is gonna come in. Jazz gets melted down almost instantly. No amount of immobilize is gonna save him here. Silver has his level 4, nearly a 5. Iron Bush has not yet reached his level 4, so that's gonna be a delayed engage at the turtle quite possibly. It's gonna be the Mana Chakra being used up by Yashin at the turtle. Rem is gonna get a kill on Peekaboo. Iron Bush finds Pokey. Silver is still being zoned out by the CC, but Iron Bush is trying to go in a little bit onto Cody, but that's gonna be an in-time with the stun. Jazz is gonna get poked on quite a lot, but Silver finds a kill onto Rem. That's gonna be a little bit of engage at the blue, but no, you're just gonna back off.
It could have been so good for Kermis if they can back away, but Dakusena understands that they need to trade out the loss of the turtle here, and they traded out with 1 kill. Ram got taken down, of course, Peekaboo fell as well, but that kill was into the hands of the jungle here. Both the jungles have that, but I would like to say that I think Cody still has it. He have time, but mid lane.
Yep, that's gonna be an implosion. Peekaboo uses up the ultimate. That's gonna be too much damage to Cody, but no way!
Wow.
Cody just dived in too deep. And the passive marks from Violet, they just hit so on point at the very last moment. And that was a very easy kill for them to secure onto Cody once those passives started hitting. Carry though, definitely looking for a little bit of something. Doesn't have the ultimate. Oh, that's gonna be a lot of damage. But no, he manages to dash away with the shields that he got.
You know, I was pretty sure that Cody still had time to try to go for a farm or get all the farm up here, but him deciding to go in onto Peekaboo and getting taken down is just costing them quite a lot here. Now he's going to be a level behind. Rem spotting them out, but look at that.
W damage, I would say, because that's an insane level of synergy, you know. Hilda gets the stun, Peekaboo gets the immobilize, and then the Mountain Chakra lands on you. That's like 3 chain CCs, and you're gonna be stuck in one position for like nearly 3 to 4 seconds. That's just enough for anybody to take you down. And this is just the early game, so it's gonna be very risky once that Ascension scales up.
You know, the fact that it could have been a good early game for the side of Kermis rather than Dakusena is saying a lot here. Because Dakusena, they can risk to try to get for the later stage of the game because they do have scaling hero onto their side. Not a scaling, 2 scaling heroes onto their side, and they definitely can do something with that until the late part. But that's where Kermis decides to fall, right? The Freya, even though even if it is disgustingly strong, into the later part of the game you get melted down pretty easily by a carry, and they have a carry here, so they cannot risk losing out this turtle again, but I don't think they can contest it though. They have to give it away.
That's exactly what they have to need. Cody tries to come in, he's gonna get marked down quite a lot. Adam Bush can still go in for the engage. RWM comes in, Jazz is gonna fall down to the damage. Adam Bush trying to fight it out all by himself on his 4th people, gets pushed back into the turret, still surviving. Somehow survives everything. And comes back alive. Insane. And so far, DS completely maintaining that lead. Peekaboo will pick up on the Genius one as well. And next up, once it's the Divine Glaive for him and maybe the Glowing one after that, it's going to be a complete snowball. Again, he's going to use up the ultimate and from the carry form, they will chase him down a little bit, but he did not manage to clear out that cannon minion, and that's going to be the first turret in favor of DS.
It is so bad here for Kermis right now. They are so dependent on the laning phase, on the early stage of the game, going for the pickup, going for the tankiness here, and they aren't able to do that here. And the fact that Dakusena are the one, excuse me, they are the one who took that first turret rather than Kermis is saying a lot now. They cannot really have a good opening here, and Rem is always going to be getting caught because the boosters are very, very dangerous here. The Hilda is always going to be there. There's always going to be a Odette trying to poke it out as well, and Ninta is not that tanky to try to go face check the boosters here. They need that something of a frontliner here, and the CC, of course, Pokey already have the War X, but he definitely need to have the defenses if he wants to go into the backline and try to deal out the damages here. But Dakusena here, they can play it very, very slowly because they don't mind. They want to drag the game, but Kermis, they can't.
Okay, that's gonna be another implosion of vengeance coming in this time around. Silver will fall, but Hadamush is still gonna be alive quite a bit. He gets the kill on Toki, but Peekaboo is gonna mark down Ren, gets the kill onto him. He's still managing to stay alive, but nope, not for long. Yen and Leomord are going to take him down. Hadamush decides to sacrifice his life to the turrets. Recall? Is he gonna recall? No, he could have recalled in there. I mean,
they wouldn't know, right? They won't know.
They won't know. He had time. He had like maybe just a second short of the recall, but executed it what he wanna be. Yeah, executed.
It's just and the minion was always gonna be spawning, right? They could have a vision here, but hey, Takusena, that's so like not a disciplined type man. They threw the gear right there, I'm pretty sure, and Nintai, I think he still is able to go for the implosion. If he is able to go for the implosion in a good timing with the perfect set Ram gets his RWM in, there can't possibly be a good engage for them now. A few seconds ago, it wasn't. Now that he have the anti-heal as well, the glowing one definitely going to be necessary here right now. Nitai able to spot Jazz out, but I don't think he'll be able to do anything to this Hilda. They need one more damage dealer. They need a shred for him too. Now things are actually looking better for Kermis. It has been going to worse to bad now, and they can go to good if they are able to have a good pick off on Funny Valentine. But the fact that Funny Valentine is on Purify and he's so good onto the positioning this time around, I don't think they'll be doing it anytime soon.
Yeah, you know what? Ninta has been marking down Jazz for a while too long now, and that's gonna flicker out this time. Plus, Peekaboo, okay, that was a pre-early ultimate kind of thing, like a little too early and a little too far. Jazz needs to back off a bit. Funny Valentine needs to back off a bit because he's taking quite a lot of damage. This is the damage we were talking about. Poki and Yin marking him down. Peekaboo doesn't have the flicker and he's gonna get taken down. He had the flicker but he didn't use it. That's okay. But that's gonna be Peekaboo falling down again. Karma is slowly gaining ground. Yen at 2-0-1, which is an amazing KDA for Freya. Plus he has the War Axe already, so he's gonna be hitting that power spike moment very soon. And unless DS find a way to mark him down, even though he's on the flicker, it would be very hard for them to try and get those kills up on top as well. Silver is getting marked down, Funny Valentine is getting marked down, so technically here, Karmiz is definitely gaining some advantage.
Even though I think he might be getting caught here, does have the Valkyrie bomb. That's a decent, he'll be able to walk away, but look at that!
That's the thing we were talking about. You stun them down and you kill them. That's the advantage of having Hilda and the carry. And this is such a classic DS move. They pick up something to pick off somebody, and then there's a carry and a Yesun Shin jumping on you every single time. Peekaboo finally gets his Divine Blade, and we should be seeing a proper engage at the Lord. Peekaboo here trying to mark down the Leomord. Cody has enough sustain to try and run away. He's gonna run. Remdo gets marked down so much. He's very low right here, but Jazz gets stunned right under the tower. Tier 1, he's gonna fall prey. One advantage for Karmiz here, but they are so very low. And again, Esmeralda is repeating whatever he did in game number 1.
This is why I always say, right, ban out the Esmeralda when you are playing against Dakusena. Try to force him on something that's completely, not normal for him. Esmeralda is like his, signature already, and I'm pretty sure that he's very comfortable on this right now also, and he's been doing a lot for the team again into the late part of the game where he's already so tanky, and I don't think Poki is already focusing on him too. Pogi is definitely going to be focusing onto the backlines so much more than the front line here, because he have the Vengeance too, who he can try to go against the carry here because of the Vengeance that he have, but they need a little bit more tankiness here, and I don't think they have that. Only the Brute Force is not going to be enough. And the Tigrel though, he's going to be getting the Chesed Pauldron. There's going to be a little bit tankiness that he's going to be having right now, but the fact that it's the carry, I'm pretty unsure how he will be able to pull it off. But now we can see that they might want to focus onto the mid side again.
Exactly what? They've still got the Heavenly Blessings on towers, so technically they do not need to worry about their inhibitors getting taken down just yet. But with the next wave and quite possibly the next Lord, DS would be looking to end this game. Unless, of course, Jazz or Funny Valentine get picked off every now and then, like they happen. I mean, no offense, but Yeah, they just need to avoid getting picked up by Nintai and Rem with that RWM and implosion combo. Cody, he has the farm he needs. He has the brute force. He's probably building up towards the Hunter's Strike. CC is building up towards an Oracle. Yep. Tigreal needs the Dominance Ice. Has the Chastise. The guys trying to look for a setup. There's gonna be a Garden Call coming in as well as the RWM. Holy, it felt like Esmeralda just tore off that curtain call and jumped onto the heat, if you know what I mean. Oh, the damage!
Wait.
The Rem had to flicker out. Holy damage.
That's a lot of damage, and I think it's just see from the build that Silver went for, right? He went for the second build onto the BOD, which is a very, very expensive item. It means that he's so comfortable on the way they were leading onto the game, even though the early stages did look bad. He had a good farm on him, and the Endless Battles is gonna be helping him quite a lot there, and we could see the proof of how Rem was almost getting one shot. He did have to spam out onto the flicker here, so that's gonna be big enough for them right now. They are trying to set up for the third of the Lord here. They can possibly go for it because they do need to get at least one inhibitor with the Lord, and they need to have a good goal lead as well. But hey, we can see that it's gonna be the winter, the ice for Mr. Peekaboo here. I think he wanna go in for those aggression, right? Swan song. That's what they wanna do here. But looks like Kermis wanna contest this.
They actually need contest, and guys gonna whoa! Mother of damage, but look at the damage coming in just from Peekaboo. Funny Valentine needs to stay. They're gonna mark them down so hard. Silver is getting marked so well with Peekaboo. Immobilizes on spot. Peekaboo uses up the way to Trunkin. Iron Bush is still chasing him away. Jazz is clearing out the lanes meanwhile. He just wants to end the game as fast as he possibly can. That's gonna be a wipeout for Dakuseno right away. Karmas gave it their best. Nintai missed the setup, and Cody got absolutely blasted by the Swan Song coming in from Odette, and DS will be able to secure their second victory, a 2-0, moving into the top 4 for their bracket and overall the top 8.
I would like to think that contest was a good call, but then again, what was the damage coming through from Peekaboo, man? It's just 2 builds, right? And I think it has something to do with the carry as well, but we have to see the MVP. Oh my goodness, someone's got to be so happy here. But Mr. Hide and Boost, yeah, this is the Esmeralda, man. Ban the Esmeralda, guys, thank you, please. Next time. If we are going against Esmeralda, I mean, Dakuseno just banned the Esmeralda, and he's not gonna be getting the Esmeralda anymore. I mean, unless he pull out some other hero that is very comfortable on. But then again, I think it has something to do with the fact that Kermis had a lot of seal onto their side, right? If you have a Yif, if you are so comfortable on the Yif, why not ban out the Esmeralda? That is a question of the day that I have. But hey, he did really, really well onto this hero, and that is gonna be a deserving MVP too.
Yep, but I would also like to, commend Silver and Funny Valentine with that, because they really scaled up so well on their heroes. Funny Valentine was literally 0-0-0 for almost 7 minutes, which means he focused on his farm and his lane at the same time. He did get the tier 1 first before the Freya, so that is actually very well done by him. Onto the side of Karmis though, Leomord, Rem and Nintai, they had so much early potential, and they actually got a few kills onto Jazz. They even tried to get a kill onto Harabush towards the EXP, but he had the sprint, so he managed to run away. Poki was winning out in lane for some time, not exactly killing the Esmeralda, but he was able to hold equally as well as an Esmeralda. And of course, Yen did so well onto that Freya. He had the War Axe, he was on a 2-0-1 spree, but then the team fights turned around a bit, and the carry and the Odette got their power spikes, and that's where DS turned things around.
Yeah, and I think, like you mentioned, the carry here, Funny Valentine, did not join the team fights that early on, and I don't even think he used a Purify. I think he used it once into that last Lord fight there. Only that was the only time that he was getting focused on, and you don't want to do that. Kermis, they cannot really let go of the gold lane to be playing so easily like that. He have a lot of opening too, and they were more focused on how they will be able to have a good setup, have a good fight under the objective. Of course, we do get it. You want to get out the objective when you have a Leomar, but when they failed to do that, they should have focused a little bit more onto the gold lane and try to not let out all of those farm into the hands of the carry there. And I think they made a big blunder there too. But Rem, though, he did a very good job with the Yip. It's just that Highland Boost happens to be the one always onto him, and I don't think he even have a peaceful day landing that RWM too.
Yep, I mean it's tit for tat, right? Like Poki and Yen, EXP and Gold onto Funny Valentine, which means that since the carry cannot read, Haddon was single-handedly, look at that, the carry, the sandbag, everything is him. He just single-handedly jumps onto the Eve every time, jumps onto the Freya and the Leomord every time, and they're like, dude, someone get this woman out of our faces.
Women.
What they are saying,
I understand the feeling exactly. I mean, you don't really have a good time trying to get a good ult upon, and the whole combination of Kermis was made to play inside the RWM. And how will you do that when there's always an Esmeralda dancing in front of you? This is a very weird meta, right? The one with the most damage is also the one with the highest damage taken. It's like a vengeance, right? How is it possible? It's so weird, man.
It's just how things are. I mean, seriously, dealing highest damage while taking highest damage. I have done it on the Esmeralda. It's just one of those heroes. It's like a Lapu or a Yuzhong, and that's why they work so well on both EXP and Gold. But this game, that's just it made a lot of difference, and somehow Karmas weren't able to keep up as much as they would have loved to. Their draft amazing. Technically, they did win out on the draft, I would tell you that, but they just couldn't execute it to its full potential.
Yeah.
There had been a little more synergy, things could have been very much different right now, and both teams would be playing at match point. But other than that, we have our first top 4 contestant from the Rise Star track and 3 other top 4 contestants from the Gyan track. So technically, we are set for things to get very, very interesting tomorrow onwards. So do not miss the stream, anybody.
Yep, I mean, that's going to be one of the most important here. I mean, it's been so long that we have seen this kind of matches, so I'm pretty excited for that too. And yeah, we do have more to come here from today onwards. We already had, this is the last one, unfortunately. We wanted to go for the match number 3, but Kermis really didn't have the dog in them to bend the Esmeralda. Oh my god, I'm still on that, man. I'm so sorry.
And I think they understand by now that what went wrong and what didn't. So you can be forgiven for this much.
True. This is a very understanding, but I think we've got to. We wanted the game number 3, but we cannot have it. But we might eventually have it tomorrow also. But yeah, we still have games that we can read. We will be bringing on to tomorrow again. I hope you all enjoyed today. I'm pretty sure I did it too. Sarah did it the most because, of course, it's like right.
Yeah, it's okay. Obvious reasons we don't talk about it here, but that's gonna be it, ladies and gentlemen, for the first day of the quarterfinals. We will be back tomorrow with 3 games from Rise Star track and 1 more game from Gyan track to have our final top 8 contestants for this amazing tournament with a prize pool of 15 lakhs, something you've never seen before for Moba 5-5 in India. But that's gonna be it for tonight, and we will be taking our leave. This was me, Sarah, alongside Debbie. We'll be seeing you tomorrow.
Walking right into his line of fire.
Strikes midnight. Some people around the world right now are just very emotional because there's a